anniversary of Yuri Gagarin's speech and the 40th anniversary of the first space shuttle launch. But even more so, it's the 20th anniversary of Yuri's night. And it's kind of amazing that it's been in celebration for 20 years. The International Day of Human Spaceflight declared by the UN. And just an incredible day to celebrate space and the wonder of space and the joy of collaboration and discovery and cooperation with folks all over the world. And so we're just incredibly pleased to be able to bring you this show, due to COVID, a remote show, but with some incredible people, leading off with, of course, our first speaker, which we'll get to in one moment.
So I'm just so excited. We're just incredible group of human beings, and I'm so grateful to be here with you. We haven't got to be on stage at Yuri's night for a while, so this is an awesome moment. This is my husband too. After we started Yuri's night, we decided maybe we should start a family too. So it's been a good 20 years. It's been good to us. And
you look amazing. So you want to say a word about your dress before we dive into our first guest?
Oh yeah. So you'll notice they're lighting. This is a design by Anouk, and she created this meteorite dress. So if you see it going off, it's because I have a Raspberry Pi on my back, and it's actually getting real-time meteorite data from around the planet. Anytime a meteorite hits the Earth, you'll see them light up. So it's basically a shooting star. So anytime you see it light up, you can go ahead and make your wish for the future of the cosmos.
So normally, there would be parties all over the planet. United States, Europe, Russia, Africa, Antarctica, even the International Space Station. This year, I think they're still celebrating on ISS, but otherwise, it's probably more local things. And next year, we hope, thanks to the power of science, that we're going to be back on track and have events all over the planet. But this year, we're coming to you live from California to share just an incredible lineup of people. You're going to want to stay through the whole period because we've got some incredible surprises in store. Loretta and the whole team here have done an incredible job of bringing together just very inspiring, fun people and causes and things that you're going to want to hear about. So we're really excited to take that to you. But I think, we might as well kick it off in the biggest way we can by starting with our first guest. Does that sound okay to you?
We're going to go big. Yeah, we got time zones to deal with. So we're going to start on the as far east as possible and bring in our most favorite extraordinary human being on the planet.
Loretta. Hi, George.
Hi, Richard.
My
Sorry.
God, George.
I still fanboy out every time I see you.
You lucky bastard. Who's that on your left? I was looking at her thinking, where's Loretta? She just looks stunning. Anyway.
It's great to see you, Richard. Thank you so much for sparing a few minutes for Yuri's night and for space. I know you have an incredibly busy life, and it is so great to have you because you are an inspiration to us all, and what you have brought to planet Earth, to Spaceship Earth, is more than just space, although we're going to talk about space, but it is also so much across a whole range of philanthropic projects, and just basically you are a force of good on the planet, and we need more forces of good these days. There's a real need for that. But before we begin, Richard, we thought
before you say anything, I just want to make it clear that what I brought as far as space is concerned is a mutual thing between us both. So it would not have been possible without you and the incredible team that you built up and led. So anyway, big thank you for that. And anyway, I won't interrupt anymore, but thank you.
No, it was great, and so we're gonna have a great chance. Woohoo! Terrific. Kick us off right. So I think we have this cool video that Galactic just debuted just a second ago, and just to get everybody in the right spirit for space, we thought we would just play that. It features your latest spaceship, Richard. So why don't we just, if we could, why don't we just roll that, and then we'll have a little conversation about the future.
We were born to look up. It's intrinsic, instinctive, undeniable. To be human is to be curious. To wonder what lies above. dream of what awaits, to imagine what it feels like, what it sounds like, and what it looks like.
Virgin Galactic. Prepare for departure. Welcome to space.
Imagine will take you there. Introducing VSS Imagine, the first Spaceship 3 in the Virgin Galactic fleet.
Okay, so that was pretty cool and an incredibly beautiful thing. And if you don't mind, Richard, I'll just tell a quick story about the. Well, actually, you tell the story. How did we get that amazing livery on the outside of Spaceship? That's a cool thing.
I think you're going to have to correct me. It was, in a sense, by mistake. We put the livery on in one part of it for reflective purposes. I loved it so much, and decided to do the whole spaceship. And since then, I've been talking to our cruise line about why can't we do the whole cruise line? Why can't we do our mothership? I mean, it's such a stunning look. But don't worry, we won't spoil it. We'll keep it for the spaceships.
The all chrome cruise ship.
So
have I got that story right? Or
no, you got it exactly right. Yeah, no, I mean it's both technically, helpful for the space journey, but also it just looks fantastic, and you encouraged us to do more of it, and so now that's about as much as you can put on, which is fantastic. So
I think that what I find, and of course I'm just a little biased as you are, but so ridiculously exciting about Virgin Galactic is that it's what you dream of as a child. You dream of a spaceship looking just like Unity or Imagine. You dream of a spaceport looking just like the spaceport in New Mexico. You dream of a mothership, just like Eve. I mean, it's just the incredible team at Virgin that I think just created what every single kid dreams of, and now as a big kid, really looking forward to getting on and getting up there.
Yeah. So I don't want to get into the exact numbers, but you were sort of in your, younger years when we went through some of the, the original dates of human space, the original milestones, Yuri's flight and Neil and Buzz going to the moon. Is there any one of those dates that sort of sticks out from your youth that, that had a big impression on you? Was it,
it has to be the moon landing. I mean, I remember so distinctly, being a teenager, watching it on a very small black and white TV set with my family and sisters, and then my dad walking me outside afterwards, and just us all looking up at the moon and realizing that there were actually people on the moon as we were looking at it, it was something that every kid of my age or younger at the time was bowled over about all over the world, and what more can I say? It was breathtaking.
That's great. So Richard, in many ways, you've been a catalyst for this commercial spaceflight revolution that we're now enjoying. Even from back before our X Prize days, where we first connected with you and on to Virgin Galactic and Virgin Orbit. What had you have the vision to see over 20 years ago that space exploration was going to be the winner to be involved with?
I don't think I ever thought sort of 20 years ahead. I mean, I had been approached by Gorbachev many years ago to see whether I would be interested in going up in one of his early Russian spaceships, and nobody had been up at the time, and I was very flattered until he mentioned the price, and or one of his people mentioned the price, and then I thought maybe one day, we could build our own space line for a similar price, but actually it might have been cheaper just to have taken up this option. But it did get me thinking, that space, is enormously expensive, and maybe we could create a space line that where one day many people who would love to go to space and become astronauts would be able to do so, that's the dream we've sort of been working on for the last 17, 18 years. We never thought it would take this long. We never thought it would cost as much as it did. But it's been worth every cent, and it's been the most fascinating journey. And obviously we've had our downs as well as our ups, but overall it's been absolutely extraordinary. And I've been very, very lucky to have been able to experience it with you two as well, and the great team you pulled together. I'm trying to not be distracted by seeing myself on the screen. Let me just put this in front. I'll just keep Loretta on the right. Okay, now we got it. It's very, very, very. I'm trying to turn away as I see myself speak. It's a horrible sight.
Yeah, I know the feeling. So, all right. So we've got just a couple more minutes. We're going to keep this show on track, as I always try to do. So your career, Richard, has obviously spanned not just space, but music. And one of the fun questions that we thought we'd ask, given all the amazing musicians and artists that you've known throughout your the course of your life, is there anybody that you can think of who might really enjoy a flight to space, or who would really take advantage of that, going up into space? I don't know if there's anybody who comes to mind.
Well, look, it was great seeing Brian May earlier on. It ages me, but I actually promoted the Queen's very first concert in Hyde Park many years ago, and got to know the band well, and it was a wonderful seeing all their success. Another artist that we had on Virgin was David Bowie. Now, he obviously wrote one classic song about space, but he also very much wanted to go into space, and so when I go to space, I'll definitely do it, keeping him very, very much in mind.
Yeah,
I think I might not have to name a spaceship after David Bowie when I get the chance, so that'll be my tribute to him. He was always who I wanted to have on Yuri's night, and I never got to do that, so we'll honor him that way.
He was absolutely delightful.
Maybe one couple more minutes left. Do you want to ask a question? Please. Okay. So one of the things that I think is really cool, Richard, is that there are very few organizations in human history that have put a human in space and put satellites in space. So I actually did a survey, and I consulted my resident expert, Jonathan McDowell, at Harvard University, Harvard Smithsonian, to talk about this issue. And while you can sort of debate a bit here and there, I think it's about 5 organizations who have ever done this, and Virgin is one of them, right? And so I think that's just an amazing thing that you have created, is or that the team and you have created is this thing that has done something that literally only a few organizations in history have done, created 2 different space vehicles, working space vehicles. And I know, just to give Virgin Orbit a little love, it was a great moment, I think, for you when that went up earlier this year, and so happy for the team that the satellite, not just the humans went up, but also the satellites. And I don't know if you want to say anything about Orbit, but it's just an incredible group of people over there.
Yeah, they are extraordinary, as is so many people working in the space industry. I mean, it's such an exciting time. Being able to first of all, get a second-hand 747 from Virgin Atlantic, and then work to, convert the wing to take a really, pretty giant rocket along the side of the plane. That was a wonderful challenge, which they pulled off. And then obviously to build the rockets that can be launched from anywhere in the world from air and successfully put into orbit and dropping off. I think they dropped off 9 satellites successful on that first mission, and now they're gearing up, for the second mission and the third mission and the fourth mission and so on. So, it was a not perhaps quite as emotional as the first day that we put our people into space, but it still meant a hell of a lot. And I think I think that one of the sort of premises of Virgin, which you espoused so much, is to try to to be the space company that is a space company for Earth, and obviously satellites are very much play such a critical role back here on Earth. So exciting.
Yeah. Sorry. Go ahead.
That's just gonna wrap us up.
Yeah.
That's really great. I really love, Richard, in the 15 years that we've been known you and been working with you, it's been such a delight and such a privilege. And I love how you keep invoking our team, the whole team at Virgin Galactic, all the space wrenches and the pilots and the engineers, everyone who makes this happen. It's an extraordinary community of people. It's a privilege of our life to work with them. And so I just honor you and thank you for how much you include them in the story. And anyone of them who are watching, we love you. And we're actually going to flip to one of our newest members. Joe Rohde came to us from Disney, and hear a little bit more about our Virgin journey and vision from Joe. But we thank you for coming. It's always great to see you. I can't wait to see you in person again. And I love you so much.
Thanks, Larissa. Thanks, George. Thanks for everything.
Okay.
Cheers.
Thanks so much, Richard.
Bye.
Appreciate it.
Bye.
Okay. Bye-bye.
I am of the generation that, when I was born, there was nothing in the sky except stars. Nothing. No Sputnik, no space race, nothing. So I've seen the entirety of the history of space unfold across my lifetime. My name is Joe Rohde. I've just joined the Virgin Galactic team. I come from a long history with Walt Disney Imagineering, 40 years. I have worked for a long time in projects that involve this sort of transformational power of adventure, to go somewhere you have never been, to do something you've never done, see something you've never seen, changes you. Well, this is one of the most profound things that can happen to you. To go beyond the reaches of the Earth into space and to look back down at it is a spectacularly unique opportunity with a huge potential for transformational change in a person. I mean, a tremendous amount of work, years and years of work, have gone into this moment where we are now, poised at the beginning of a period of tremendous growth. And what Virgin Galactic is in the process of doing with democratizing space travel has reached this moment now where it's going to enter history. That only happens once. It happens once in history. It's happening now. It's happening here. So this place where we are here in New Mexico has two meanings. It is New Mexico, a place that's been here for centuries with cultures that go back as far as we can measure. It is also the place from which this new history is going to begin. It's very rare to be a person who gets to be in the place, in the time when history begins like that. So if you accept that this change is positive and that this will motivate people and drive people to take action on behalf of this planet that they look down on, you're creating a machine for epiphanies, a machine for activism, a machine for social action that just is producing heroes, one after another, as it sends them up into space, gives them this incredible experience and then returns them back with a directed sense of purpose and action to do something about this, to do something on behalf of the gem that you've been privileged to look down at.
Beautiful. Beautiful. Thank you, Joe. That was amazing. So we wanted to lead into our next transformational panel of space, the transformational power of space. And we're privileged to have former NASA astronaut Katie Coleman and her podcast partner, Andrew Maynard, as they'll be bringing on Trevor Beatty from the UK, who's a Virgin Galactic future astronaut, to talk about his future flight, and also Wasfia Nazreen, who's from Bangladesh, who's summited the 7 summits of the world, and is a National Geographic explorer who wants to go to space someday too, and speaks about mindfulness and the transformational power of adventure. So we're excited to welcome this panel. Thank you, Katie and Andrew, for hosting.
Let's go, Katie.
Go for it, Katie.
Okay.
Great to see
You're
you.
live.
It's always
You're
hard to know where you are in
Yay.
these virtual spaces.
I know.
I'd like to welcome everyone to the 60th anniversary of Yuri's Night. It's a very exciting
can't
night
hear
for me
anything you're
because
saying.
I was up on the space station for the 50th anniversry of Yuri's Night. And it meant so much to myself and my crew, but even more than that, people who made it really special are the people you were just looking at, Loretta and her crew. This is our crew up in space on Yuri's Night. I'm the one with the very big hair. And those shirts that we are wearing, those were sent by Loretta and the other founders of Yuri's Night, and our friend Ron Guerin, who's in this picture up there with us. And it's funny, not everybody's on the same page sometimes, but all of us on this broadcast understand how important it is to celebrate the fact that it's, a human left the Earth, and we should celebrate that all over the world, and certainly up on the space station. And Ron Guerin fought tooth and nail to get those shirts up there, and that's why I'm so proud of this picture. But now I'd like to go ahead and join up with the rest of my crew and talk about what that perspective really means to so many of us. For me, hello, Andrew, Wasfia, Trevor. It meant the world to me. I just want to say that perspective for me is looking down at the Earth and realizing that 50 years earlier, one human left and so many have left since then, and looking at what's going to happen in our future now. For me, looking down, it was really that everyone lived there. Everyone except the 6 of us was back on Earth. And it was clear to me that if they only knew how to be connected with each other, we could do anything. So it's pretty exciting to see that future actually happening. Andrew, why don't you take over? This is Andrew and I co-host a project. This is Andrew Maynard. He's a physicist and an author, wrote a book called Future Rising, and he's all about the sort of intersection of people and technology. And he and I host a podcast recently released that is called Mission Interplanetary. And this is the Yuri's Night edition. Andrew, over to you.
We can see you. Can you see us?
I am hearing you on another computer. So
Katie,
go ahead. I
either
can hear you now, and I'll
moving your
just keep
lips
myself
and
muted unless I'm
nothing's
talking.
coming out, or we don't have any sound.
Perfect.
Are we on? Great. Okay. This is wonderful to be here. Katie, can you hear me? I guess we're live. So I was assuming that Katie was going to join us. I guess not. But can somebody just confirm that we're live and we're good to go with this conversation? Okay, great. Thanks very much. Well, this is absolutely fantastic to be here. I have no idea what Katie, my co-host on Mission Interplanetary, said before I came on. So I'm going to assume that you have no idea who we all are. So brief introductions. My name's Andrew Maynard. I am the co-host with Katie of the Mission Interplanetary podcast, as well as a professor at Arizona State University. And I am thrilled to have this conversation about the transformative power of space with Wasfia Nazarene and Trevor Biel. And I'm not actually going to say anything about them because I'm going to ask them to talk about themselves a little bit. But we're going to be talking for the next 15 minutes about how space is transformative in how we think about our lives, ourselves, and the world around us. And first of all, let me check. Katie, I know we can't see you. Are you actually out there somewhere?
Yes. I am out there. Can you see? Can
wonderful.
You hear me?
Actually, no, we are now quorum. Great. So before we start, Katie, what on earth did you tell the world about us before we popped up onto the screen?
Actually, I only talked about you, and I introduced that we were doing Mission Interplanetary, the podcast, the Yuri's Night edition. And I did actually show a picture, I don't know if you saw it, of our crew up in space for the 50th anniversary of Yuri's Night, wearing shirts sent by this crowd that is hosting us as we speak. But I've been hearing everything you said, and it seems like it's working so far.
Okay, so are we good to start this conversation? And I want to start off with Wasfia, if you're okay with me pushing ahead with this, Katie, because you've already been talking for a while. So Wasfia, out of the people here, so 2 of us have been to space. 2 of us haven't. I'm one of the ones that haven't. Oh, sorry, no, 1 of us has been to space. 3 of us haven't. 1 of us desperately wants to get there. And we get there
Wasfia has been very high, okay?
Right, and
so
that's
the
where I was
highest
going
point
with this.
on 7 continents. And I think she's got quite a perspective.
And I do want to go to space, so I'm kind of on with Trevor at this moment.
So Wasfia, tell us a little bit about your journey. So yes, you have done some incredible stuff, climbing the highest peaks on this planet. So you've been within touching distance of space, all through your own steam. Well, I know we're a few miles away, but metaphorically touching distance. What inspired you to do this, and how did it change you?
Well, first of all, coming from Bangladesh, we were having this conversation before coming in here, is that I've always been raised in nature. So as a child, we had a very different connection with nature, and exploration kind of just started for me. In Bangladesh, I was just telling Andrew that my earliest memories is being in the living room, getting ourselves on a boat when the floods came and getting all the cattle on the boat. So no one taught us climate change. We just knew to treat nature.
You just lived it.
We lived it. And then it's a long story how I got to mountaineering, but mountains in the Himalayas are only an hour away from Bangladesh. It's a flight to Nepal. The traffic jam is longer to get to home. So I found healing by going to the Himalayas, and that's how I started out. And by default, usually you study a mountaineer's career, they usually end up in the Himalayas towards the end. I started there because of my work with human rights in Tibet and with Nepali people. So I got lucky. And one thing I realized, knock on woods, that my body acclimatized in higher altitude well. And, you can be the world's best athlete, but high altitude mountaineering is a totally different trip, right? Dealing in dead zone. And by the way, Katie and my future astronauts coming in on this show, in honor of you guys, I put on my original vintage Everest suit, but then
I feel
hot in here.
Let's see it. So Wasfia is cooking in her Everest suit, and Katie, you have your astronaut suit on.
But
Trevor
Andrew,
has
I
his
know
t-shirt on.
We have a uniform. Oh, let's see. I want to see this. Oh my goodness! You actually
party without a costume.
We've now got 2 minutes before Wasfia expires because it's so hot in that suit.
Andrew, I know we have a uniform for the podcast, and so I'm wearing my black.
The black, yes, perfect.
And with Baby Yoda. Baby
Yeah, you
Yoda.
got Baby Yoda. I forgot to put my Baby Yoda on. Yes.
So
Trevor, it's no pressure, but you are wearing a cool T-shirt.
This is a very important T-shirt to me.
It is.
This is my Lunar Industries T-shirt, as featured in the movie Moon.
There we are.
Oh my goodness. That's what I was trying to figure out what it came from. I would like to understand more about what that movie meant to you, Trevor.
That movie means everything to me. Everything. That movie changed my life.
You should actually
Directed
explain
by-
to people what it is, Trevor, because we know, but
Sure.
yeah, you should say.
Sure, yeah, it's directed by Duncan Jones, who is a living legend, and it was his debut film, his first movie, and he won a BAFTA for that. And it's a film it's science fiction, but it's kind of based on science fact. It's about a lonely helium-3 miner mining helium-3 on the moon, working for Lunar Industries.
Right.
And he's a long way from home. And there's a massive twist in the tale, which I don't want to give a spoiler to.
Okay, so everybody needs to go out and
Watch that
the
movie.
now.
It's called Moon, directed by Duncan Jones.
So I
But it's
want
about
to.
people. And then actually, I'm just going to tell folks we have about 5 minutes left despite our difficulties. But I think we can get a lot out on the table for folks in 5 minutes. Go ahead, Andrew.
Yeah, no, so actually I want to weave these two stories in. So I want to come back to Wasphere in a second with your story about sort of going up to Everest. But Trevor, I love the story about you making the movie the Moon, because that ties in with this ambition you've had to go to space. And we were talking earlier, you showed me your book from when you were a kid. You've got to show that to everybody, because this is, I guess this is part of your journey, not only making the movie, but your journey towards actually physically getting into space.
Well, people say that, they dream from childhood of wanting to travel to space. I have physical evidence of that in this precious object, which is my space project from school. It's the only object
awesome.
I have. It's the only object I still have from my childhood. I don't know why I've still got it, but I still have it. And I only realized today that in looking into it, that on page 6, I have an entire page chapter on Yuri Gagarin's flights.
Which
I'll
is
tweet that
just
next week.
so perfect for today. And then, of course, that was sort of part of your journey where you're going to be one of the first people up on Virgin's first flight.
Well, the punchline is that Buzz Aldrin signed it for me. Buzz Aldrin
Holy
marked
cow.
it for me.
I know.
So that was quite sweet.
So is this going up with you?
from there-
When you
from
take
there
that first
to-
flight, is this going up with you?
This is I have when we were being measured for our suits last year or year before. I have a special pocket designed within my galactic flying suit for it to fit within. So this will go to space with me. Yeah.
So I know this is so fast, we're going to run out of time, but I've got a question I actually want to ask all of you. I'm going to come back to you, Wasphere. So you sort of moved from sort of being a young girl in Bangladesh to climbing mountains. Really
so 7
quickly.
of them really
7
high.
of them. How did that change you? That first experience, what was that like? How did it change you? And I'm going to come to Trevor next and ask you how you imagine your first space flight is going to change you. And then Katie, you can round us out.
I know we have very little time, so I'm going to be really fast. And as cliche as it sounds, Everest, I'll share that little part because everyone wants to know about the top of the world, I'm sure. Everest is known as Chomolungma, which is goddess mother of the universe. That's the indigenous name. So when we actually tread up on it, we make a prayer to the goddess and ask for her permission. And during that whole months-long trip, it's as cliched as it sounds, it was the most spiritual journey for me because I was all alone. In your mind, it's such a mental trip, especially once you entered the dead zone, which is above 26,000 feet. For people who don't know, there are over 250 dead bodies up there. So you're like constant, even before dead zone, you're constantly being faced with your own mortality and the impermanence of it, right? But then on my last summit push, this is after 2.5 months of being on the mountain, as I'm like reaching the summit, and you make the summit push during nighttime, so you have no idea of what's around you. I mean, but you can't see it. The sun started coming half an hour before I reached the summit, and that was the first time. This is like at the edge of 29,000 feet by foot after months of like going through the extreme most adventure. I mean, dealing with death. I had to cross 7 dead bodies just that night, out of which 5 were people I knew and had tea with in base camp. And then out comes the sun, kind of like the flight that when you take, and I know astronauts can relate with it, it's the, orbital perspective of, the vantage point of seeing the curvature of the Earth,
Right.
sun coming up. And that was the first time I still remember looking on my right. And this is the point where you can actually choose which country you want to die in. If you fall on the right, you die in Tibet. If you fall on the left, you're basically towards the end, and you die on the left, you die in Nepal. So I remember the sun coming out from Tibet side and illuminating because around Everest, it's the biggest mountains of the Himalayas, right? And so all these big mamas looking up on, the mountains that I used to look up on, they're all below me. And this is when I was like, and by the time I reached the summit, I was watching sunrise on top of the world and just crying. And the overriding emotion at that time, there were so many emotions and memories, right? But the overriding emotion was gratitude and of how interconnected I was, even though I felt like a little dot on the planet. There were billions of these dots in the planet, but I could feel and breathe and vibrate with each of them, not just human beings, but
Right.
all beings on the planet. And
Incredible. Yeah.
I think, one of our common friends, Katie and I have, is astronaut Ron Guerin, who's coming up shortly. We have, and whom I had the privilege of meeting right after I came down from the summit of Everest, and he came back from space. So we met at that point, and he talks about it in his book, The Orbital Perspective. You don't actually have to be up there on any high point to live with that orbital perspective of interconnectedness. We're all so connected, and that's really transformed me, my life 10 years ago.
And just an incredible story. And I know we got to wrap this up, but really quickly, Trevor, so you're going to experience something similar, but also something very different when you go up on that first flight. How are you expecting that to change you really fast?
I hope it does. I know that it will, because everyone who's been to space has come back a changed person. Scientists have come back as poets. Engineers and pilots have come back as painters and visionaries. What happens when you send a self-selecting bunch of creative Herberts up there? We don't know how we're going to come back.
We're going to watch this space. We're going to watch this space.
And that's why I'm so jealous of these two amazing women. They've done it.
Katie, back to you.
Hey, thanks so much for everyone being here, and we will leave you to Yuri's night. And everyone's going to have a perspective. We're anxious, all of us, to hear all of them. It's been a wonderful time to be together, and I so much look forward to the future. And we'll answer some of those questions on Mission Interplanetary. You can catch it on your podcast places. We'll talk to interesting people just like these folks.
Great. Thanks, everyone.
Thank you.
What is a change in society? A change is you cannot even imagine a world any other way.
For most of the world, Nichelle Nichols is Lieutenant Uhura pop culture icon. But what they don't know is that she changed the space program forever.
The astronaut corps was really kind of the old boys club. It was all white Anglo-Saxon male.
Oh, I dreamed of becoming an astronaut, but NASA said that women weren't being considered for the job.
The argument was made that there were no qualified black people.
When is America going to put a woman in space? When is America going to put a black person in space?
We could have done it if they would just let us.
I resented that and decided I was going to do something about it.
And she's saying,
where are my people?
That was the spark that caused NASA to say, how do we go about this?
I challenged everyone to answer the question, and NASA said, how about Lieutenant Uhura?
Ms. Nichols has gone from science fiction to science fact.
I will bring you so many qualified people. The world will never be the same again.
This is your NASA.
She went into it to be an actress. She ended up changing the world.
I think it's one of the most fantastic stories to be told to the American people.
The world got to see that our women are strong.
Yes, but they're also smart.
We owe a great debt of gratitude to Michelle Nichols.
All I can do is think of Nichelle Nichols as a force of nature.
I said, if they let me in the door, I will open it so wide they will see the world.
Beautiful. So Nichelle Nichols is a hero of ours, and she's actually been at Yuri's Night events in the past, and we saw that trailer and we knew it was something we wanted to share with our audience. And we also have a special guest for you coming in from Kennedy Space Center, the Associate Director of Kennedy Space Center, Kelvin Manning, and he's going to be sharing with us a little bit of the NASA perspective and a little bit of the history and the story and his vision for our future in space. Thank you, Kelvin, for coming back to Yuri's Night.
All right, thanks, Loretta. So hello, last month here at the Kennedy Space Center, to celebrate Women's History Month, we watched and discussed Women in Motion with one of the movie's producers, Tim Franta. How Nichelle Nichols changed the space program forever. It was so very powerful. I've had the pleasure to meet Nichelle Nichols on 2 occasions, and I can tell you she is an amazing person. It was like being in the presence of an angel. Her impact on NASA still carries on today. What she did for so many continues to pay forward for others. I know our next guest, Bob Crippen, was one who advocated diversity and inclusion while he was at NASA, because he was the one that gave me the opportunity to work for NASA almost 30 years ago. So thanks for everything, Cripp. NASA continues to embrace diversity, equity, and inclusion as we move forward with the Artemis program to put the first woman and the next man on the surface of the moon. NASA has been the best place to work in the federal government for the last 8+ years for many reasons. In 2019, we proactively rolled out a unity campaign to power and propel NASA organizations and people to focus and work together even more effectively to accomplish NASA's missions. Last July, NASA added inclusion as our 5th core value to go along with safety, integrity, teamwork, and excellence, all essential to mission success. And you can see those on the wall behind me. And now, with the new administration, NASA has placed renewed emphasis on diversity, equity, and inclusion. So diversity, the entire universe of differences and similarities. Equity, the consistent and systematic, fair, just, and impartial treatment of all individuals, including individuals who belong to underserved communities that have been denied such treatment. And inclusion, the full participation, belonging, and contribution of organizations and individuals. So diversity, equity, and inclusion allows people with different backgrounds and experiences to bring different thoughts and ways of doing things, creating innovation to help solve NASA's complex challenges. So we can expand the human presence across the solar system, return to the moon and onto Mars to advance exploration, science, innovation, benefits to humanity, and international collaboration. Think about it. Very similar to the vision created by Star Trek that inspired so many, as Nichelle Nichols played Chief Communications Officer Lieutenant Uhura on the bridge of the Starship Enterprise, later transcending that role to actually work for NASA to recruit diverse astronauts. She lit the flame, and the torch is in our hands to light the way for others. So now to close and to have a little fun, I'll leave you with this. Hey, happy Yuri's Night. Hopefully you're enjoying the show. It's been 60 years, if you didn't know. When humans first became spacefaring, it all started with a cosmonaut named Gagarin. And the US did take it on the chin, but soon followed with astronauts Shepard, Grissom, and Glenn. The Cold War was nothing to ignore. Kids were taught to shelter under their desks on the classroom floor. With deadly missiles pointed at each other set to fire, the world could only worry, fear, and perspire. But 2 adversaries reminded us we were all part of the human race when Apollo-Soyuz offered a glimmer of hope from space. Later, when astronauts and cosmonauts lived on Mir, our country's space relations shifted into high gear. Space shuttles flew international crews, developing new technologies and making world news, eventually building a space station representing 16 different nations. On orbit now for 20+ years, calming oh so many fears, collaborating to take the next giant leap. It will take all of us to carry out such an intimidating feat, returning to the moon and then to Mars and on to the stars, continuing with what we've begun because what we learn benefits everyone. And the global pandemic has taught us we must always embrace the world is indeed a very small place. Since we all have one thing in common, the same place of birth, right here on the planet Earth. So thank you very much. I hope everyone has a great night. Please stay safe.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Kelvin. So good to have you back. Great work. As Kelvin said, we're going to be going next to pilot Bob Crippen, who was the pilot for the very first space shuttle flight back on April 12th, 1981. In our 20 years of celebrating Yuri's Night and bringing in all sorts of astronauts, we haven't really stressed the story of the shuttle that much. We've never had the opportunity to have anyone from that crew. It was John Young and Bob Crippen for STS-1. And so we're very excited that we can rectify that and have Bob Crippen here on to tell us a little bit more of his side of the story here on our on the 40th anniversary of his very first shuttle flight.
Hi, this is Bob Crippen, pilot on STS-1, and I know we have Yuri Night coming up. I'd like to give a shout out to all the people that participate in that, because it is focused on international cooperation around the world that space brings on. And we've got the International Space Station that's been up over 2 decades now that has amply demonstrated that. I have to admit that neither John or I think, thought about it. We were so wrapped up in trying to get the space shuttle flying that that wasn't where our focus was. In retrospect, after we landed and somebody brought it up, I think it was pretty neat 20 years later.
All right, I think our time has come, Luca. So hello, everybody. Welcome to the 60th anniversary of Humanity in Space, Yuri's Night 2021. Also the 40th anniversary of the Space Shuttle and the 20th anniversary of Yuri's Night in aggregate. I'm Richard Garriott. I'm one of your 2 panelists here today. With me is my dear friend and fellow space traveler Luca Parmitano, and let me just set the stage for the 15-minute conversation we're going to have. I have been doing some Yuri's Night stuff on and off for quite a few years, and Loretta for this year called me up and she said, "Richard, if there was one other traveler in space, who is it that you would like to have a conversation with?" And I actually said, "It's Luca," and he probably doesn't even know. He doesn't even probably know why. But
I don't.
Yeah, because we've never talked about it. But it's absolutely true. And let me kind of set the stage as to why. I've grown up, in the space industry. My father was an astronaut. I grew up with squawk boxes being mounted in my house to where we could hear the Capcom talking up and down to space. Even as a young child, we got briefings about malfunctions in space and how not to get too alarmed by them, because malfunctions happen on every flight. I had malfunctions on my own flight. We had a fire alarm go off on the ISS. I had a large metal bottle dislodge from the ceiling and get caught between my shoulder and the container where the flight data files are stored that prevented my seat from raising prior to impact on the ground. We had smoke pour into the cabin. All things that, in my mind's eye, were pretty alarming. And when I tell those stories, well, I think the listeners find alarming. But none of those, even I knew at the time, through all the malfunctions I've heard about, for all the malfunctions I've experienced, for all the exploring that I've done and also run into trouble, which, in my mind, there's no good expedition that have a little trouble that's going to, add a little spice to the experience. But there are a few people that have experienced things, beyond the normal malfunction, and there are fewer of those people that tell the story of the malfunction they experienced in a way that I find just deeply touching. As a person who's kind of been there, it was still just incredibly moving. Luke, I heard you tell the tale of the leak in your spacesuit at an ASC function. And hearing it from the horse's mouth is I think a really important part. And so I would love for you to tell this story. And then I have some questions about you and the aftermath of the event that I'd like to ask you about too. So for those who don't know, on I think it was your first spacewalk, Was it your first
Second.
spacewalk? Second. It was your
My
second
second
spacewalk.
one, yeah.
You had a serious malfunction. And could you please take our listeners through, what happened there on your second spacewalk?
Yeah, I'll try to be quick. We don't have a lot of time, but basically, after about 40 minutes into the spacewalk, I just doing a motion, trying to move back from a very tight location. I basically felt water on the back of my head, and the spacesuit has a lot of water, but none of it should be inside the pressurized part. And so I called the ground, and we started talking about what could it be, where it could be coming from. And I never thought it was a dangerous thing. I thought it was maybe water from my drinking bottle. And then Chris Cassidy, my other crew member, came out and looked. But then after a little bit of back and forth, the water started crawling over my bald head across the com cap, and it reached my forehead. And that's when I said, guys, it's reaching my forehead. I think it might get into my ears, which is a nuisance, because if it gets into your ears, there's no way to get water out of your ears, just like when you're in the shower and cannot hear anything. So the ground made a decision and said, okay, Luca, you go back, and then Chris will rejoin you. Well, as I was going back, a couple of things happened at the same time. The sun went down, and Richard, when the sun goes down, it's instantaneous. You go from light to boom, it's darkness. And at the same moment, I was making a rotation. The water just slopped over my face. It covered my eyes. It went into my nose and inside my ears. So in an instant, I was blinded, isolated, and unable to breathe through my nose. Couldn't talk because the microphones were wet. So basically, I was on my own. And it took me about 8 minutes to get back to the airlock and to get inside. Where I thought I was going to be safe, but I had to do it in the blind because, again, I couldn't see anything. It was during the night pass. Nobody knew what was going on. Even though I was talking constantly, nobody could hear what I was saying. And the first message that they got that came out of my spacesuit once I got to the airlock was, hey, there's a lot of water, which I didn't even remember saying until I listened to the audio again. And which surprised me a lot, because that's atypical of me to say something like that, because it doesn't convey any information. But it gives you a sense of the urgency. And then once I got inside, Chris arrived. He came inside too, locked the airlock. We started repressurizing, and then uttered from a terrible earache because I couldn't equalize with my nose because it was full with water. A terrible earache. And then after about 15 minutes, everything was equalized. They put me inside, they took off my helmet, and about 1.5 liters of water came out of that helmet, which doesn't sound like a lot. It's a big bottle of soda, but the helmet is pretty small. It's not as big as the helmets in the movies when you want to see the pretty faces of the actors. Nobody wants to see this mug. It's a small helmet. So 1.5 liters of water is a lot of water, let me tell you.
Yeah. So Luca, part of the training, and again, I trained for a year in Star City, which is not the 5 or 10 years that you and my father and other astronauts who are training to high levels of skill and proficiency on every component go through the training. But part of what I admired about the training is that, the training includes every malfunction that has occurred in the past, every malfunction that has been theorized to occur, and therefore when they do happen, even the malfunctions I experienced, I had been trained on the majority of them, and even the bottle wasn't what I trained on. But you train on enough similar things to where I knew it was going to hurt if we hit the ground with the bottle where it was not going to be fun. And even when I finally got it dislodged, I was going like, when we hit the ground, this thing's going to bounce around inside the capsule. That's not going to be fun. So storing it properly was heavy on my mind. But never during that was there any reason to panic, so to speak. How, when I first heard you tell that story and imagining this in my own mind's eye, I'm just going, that is a level of not just discomfort, but honest danger that would, at least in my mind's eye, go well beyond kind of the training. But you, I know, are a military pilot. You were, trained in superior way. Well, how did this feel to you? I mean, were you really alarmed, or had to at least be somewhat? But I mean, how were you feeling emotionally during this period?
Well, I know this is gonna sound crazy stupid, but one of the thoughts was like, I am not gonna drown in space because that would look terrible on paper. Italian astronaut drowns in space. Seriously, it was like this is a stupid way to die in space. So that was in the back of my head. But jokes apart, in all my years of training, I've always been trained not to focus on the problem, but to deal with the solution. At that moment, I didn't know where the water was coming from. I didn't know why it was in my helper. I just knew that I had to get back fast. So I had a plan. I needed to get back as fast as I could. I couldn't see it, but I knew that I had systems with me. I had a tether that was kind of pulling me a little bit. It's only a 1.5 pounds of force on the tether, but it's enough that you kind of sense where it's pulling you. So I knew that was going in the direction of the airlock. And then with my gloves, even though I couldn't see anything, I could kind of feel the right shapes. So I had that plan. It's like, okay, now first I need to find the right handle so that I can back. And then if the water fills my helmet, I'm going to open this valve. Maybe some water will come out and clear up my helmet. And if it doesn't, I have another valve in the center that will really make a big blow of air. Maybe will pull some of the water out of my face. So I had steps in my head that if things were going to get really, really bad, I maybe had some actions that I could take. But in the end, it's that you focus on what you have, not on what you're missing. I couldn't focus on not hearing, not seeing, because it's a fact. I couldn't hear, I couldn't see. So what I had were a good system, good hands, an idea of what the situation on the space station was, and that's how you keep your cool.
And you were like 100 yards away from the airlock, weren't you? You were a pretty good distance out. Was that, or 50 yards?
I was about 85 yards, 85 feet, 85 feet.
85 feet, so 50.
Yeah, that's
50 yards.
Yeah, about 30 meters.
Yeah,
but of course, you have to translate in three dimensions when you're moving around. So it's a slow going.
Yeah, and even though I was never on the outside of the spacecraft, I did do the hydrolab work, and at least there, and on the 2 times I've been in the hydrolab, that would not have nearly been sufficient enough for me to imagine putting blinders on and feeling my way back into the airlock. And you were not in Orlan; you were in the U.S. suit. Is that right?
In the EMU, yes.
Okay.
It's called the EMU Extravehicular Mobility Unit. Different kind of suit.
And then when you went back on Expedition 6061, you did a few more spacewalks, right?
I did 4 more.
Four more spacewalks. So that's a total of 6.
Yep, correct.
Which is a lot of time outside the spacecraft. So the first time you went back out, were there any shadows of the past that did you inspect the the heating and cooling system extra thoroughly before you went out?
No,
So
I was excited. That's in the past. I knew what to do. I was ready. I was so happy to have a chance to go back outside.
Yeah, that's phenomenal. So I know we're officially at close to the end of our time there, but I just want to throw out a comment too about how I don't know if you feel this same way about kind of the history of those that came before us, but when we recently lost the first spacewalker, Alexei Leonov, and I'm sure you've heard him tell the story about trying to get back into the airlock to get inside, which was another one of these mind-blowing stories of having to turn down the pressure in a suit before you come in. And but one of the things I've always admired about everyone who's gone to space is the things you're articulating here so well, which is the ability to focus on the solution, not worry about the problem. And so I'm going to see if Kyle is ready to take back over from us, because I see we're at the end of our 15 minutes.
Thank you so much, Richard, for inviting me. It was a pleasure.
I appreciate it.
Great seeing you guys.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Как слышите меня? Буду вам транслировать команду. Прием. Минутная готовность. Кедр. Января-1. Внимание, минутная готовность. Минутная готовность.
Вас понял, минутная готовность, занимал исходное положение, поэтому несколько задержал с ответом прием.
Ключ на старт. Ключ на старт. Чисто. Затяжка 1. Продувка. Чисто будка. Ключ на дренаж. Ключ на дренаж. Зажигание. Петр, Января-1. Зажигание.
Зажигание.
Hey there, everyone. Vance Henderson here, National Ambassador for Hendrick's Gin, that peculiar and odd gin that hails from Girvan, Scotland. So happy to be here tonight to celebrate Yuri's night, and in particular at this moment to make a delicious, cosmically delicious cocktail with Hendrick's Lunar, one of the sponsors for this evening. So if you have all of your ingredients ready, we're going to make this amazing cocktail wherever you are. If not, it's so easy. 4 ingredients, you can make it any other time. You've got fresh lime, cucumber for your garnish, some club soda or sparkling water, and simple syrup. And of course, Hendrick's Lunar from Hendrick's Gin. 11 botanicals, the odd and beautiful infusion of cucumber and rose petal. And for Hendrick's Lunar itself, we've added additional night blooming floral essence. Calming, cooling, refreshing, simply delicious for what I like to call cosmic crushable cocktails. All right. So the cocktail we're going to make today is called the Cosmic Cooler. It's a beautiful and delicious riff on a gin Ricky that hails from Washington, D.C., which is where I am tuning in from on this evening. So let's jump right into making this Cosmic Cooler with Hendrick's Lunar Gin. So this is a built cocktail. It's not shaken. You don't have to stir it. Just build it and put everything right into the glass. We're going to start with 2 parts or 2 ounces of Hendrick's Lunar Gin straight into your highball glass. Highball glass, Collins glass, whatever you have, it is all good. Okay? So 2 parts of your Hendrick's Lunar straight into your glass, and you're ready to rock and roll with your first ingredient as we begin to set off. Now, you cannot have this particular cocktail without what we're going to use is citrus or lime juice. Whenever you're making cocktails at home and you're using citrus, you always want to have fresh citrus. Fresh is always the best. It just makes for a more bright, crushable cocktail, just completely bright. The citrus is nice, and it just lifts the cocktail completely versus some of those pasteurized juices. I know we're in a pandemic, so I won't give you too much shade if you have to do what you have to do. But when we come out and you invite me over for the parties and we're celebrating Yuri's night next year, no plastic fruit balls rolling around the house, all right? Remember that. All right, so we have 2 parts gin. We have 3/4 parts of fresh lime juice. Next up, we're going to add a little bit of simple syrup. We're going to do a 1/2 part or a 1/2 ounce. And we're not adding this for sweetness. We only want to add this for a certain mouthfeel. We want it to be silky, smooth, and beautiful and sit very nicely on our palate. So a certain mouthfeel is why we are adding that simple syrup. Very easy to make a simple syrup, equal parts sugar and water. You bring them together until the sugar dissolves, and there you have simple syrup. You can infuse it with citrus pills or spices or other items to get a different flavor, to add depth of flavor to your cocktail. And that's pretty much the base ingredients that we have. 2 parts of our Hendrick's Lunar Gin, 3/4 parts of fresh lime juice, a 1/2 part of simple syrup. Let's add the ice. Gotta have ice. Add this in. Now, you want to fill your glass about halfway or 3/4 of the way with ice. And then we're going to finish this cocktail with club soda or sparkling water. Plain is fine, or, you know, there are so many different flavored sparkling waters out there today. If you want to have orange sparkling water or cucumber or rose, that'll work fine as well. And in the land of Hendrix, we adore the mighty cucumber because, of course, 11 botanicals, cucumber, and rose petal essence. We have a cucumber spear here. This is going to be our garnish, and it's going to serve as our stirrer for the drink. And just like that, you have your cosmic cooler. So before I go, we're going to do our ritual for you. It's Yuri's night. We're celebrating. I've got my moon bathing goggles on. I've got my delicious cocktail. Wherever you are, you get your eye line on that moon. You get your pinky up and you press your pinky towards the moon. You pull in all those vibes and all that energy, all of that refreshment and healing notes, and you declare Carpe Noctem. Once you bring it all in, you take a deep breath, let it take over you, and declare again Carpe Noctem. And then you take that delicious cocktail that you just made with Hendrix Lunar, you raise it to the moon, and you declare one final time, Carpe Noctem. It has been an absolute pleasure to be with you tonight. Delicious cocktail with Hendrix Lunar Gin, the Cosmic Cooler. Hey, Yuri's night, so happy to celebrate. Carpe Noctem.
Thank you, Vance. You're out of this world. I love it. It's great. We have 2 signature cocktails for the event this year. We're so excited. As Katie said earlier, we're going to be bringing on Ron Garan, who she had the privilege of being on orbit with on the International Space Station for the 50th anniversary of Yuri's flight 10 years ago, and showed the picture of all her crew with Ron floating in space. And we've been friends. Whilst I mentioned Ron, we've been friends with Ron for a long time. He's a great leader in our community, great friend of yours. He's been a speaker in Los Angeles. And so we're very grateful to have Ron Garan back to share with us on the 60th anniversary of human spaceflight. Ron.
Greetings to everyone on this Yuri's Night celebration. You know, I was born in the year that Yuri Gagarin became the first human in space. This was at the height of the Cold War. 50 years later, almost to the day, from the very same launch pad that Yuri Gagarin launched from, I launched into space as a fully integrated member of a Russian spacecraft crew with a couple of Russian military officers on a spaceship called Gagarin. And as we stood at the base of the rocket that would take us to space on a cold April evening from a previously top secret Soviet military installation, I looked up at the rocket and I saw an American flag and a Russian flag side by side. That image was burned into me. You have to realize that for the first 15 years of my adult life, I trained to fight the Russians, America's most threatening enemy at the time. I was a Cold War fighter pilot stationed on the tip of the sword in the former West Germany before the fall of the Berlin Wall. And I fought in combat in another part of the world where I saw firsthand the horrors of war. Back then, I was operating in a 2-dimensional us versus them world. Yuri Gagarin's flight was that first step towards a planetary civilization. This moment marked an inflection point between 2 human epochs. It was the spark of an evolutionary phase shift where humanity was given the opportunity to transcend its humble beginnings and ascend to incomprehensible heights, literally and figuratively. During my last mission, which was designated as the mission to commemorate the 50th anniversary of humanity's first step into space, I often thought about how humanity evolved from small tribal communities to city-states to nation-states. I see before me the possibility that we can take that next step and become a civilization based on a planetary identity. It took humanity to leave the cradle of Earth to spark the first emergence of a planetary civilization. It is within our power to go from an identity that thinks this is my tribe, kingdom, nation, religion, to a planetary consciousness. And it's that planetary consciousness which will enable us to finally rise above our challenges and our problems. This is why I wrote the book Floating in Darkness, and this is why we are bringing together a chorus of voices of people who have seen the truth of our true unity from space. To all my fellow crewmates on Spaceship Earth, I say, Happy Yuri's Night.
Thank you so much, Ron. That was totally inspiring, and thank you for all you're doing in your life to bring that message of inspiration to planet Earth. I will say before we move on to the next panel, which I am super excited about, that there's some great chat going on in the chat. Just great. So jump on in there. Scott Manley, doing great stuff as always. So picking out the background in Richard Garriott's, house. Great chat. So jump on in there and have some fun stuff. Okay, so now we are going to go on to an incredible two people. There they are. There they are. Hi, Wes and Nadine. It's so amazing to have you here. Okay, I have this little thing that I got to read because it's like super exciting to have you both here. Okay, and I'm now terrifyingly well into my 40s, so I can't, I got to get there. Okay, so now we have the two of the principal stars of The Expanse, which is currently streaming seasons 1 through 5 on Amazon Prime. It's based on a series of amazing novels by Ty Frank and Daniel Abraham. The show was created by Mark Fergus and Hawk Ostby, screenwriters who are known for their work on Children of Men and Iron Man. Wes plays Amos Burton and Nadine plays Clarissa Mao. So first of all, welcome to you both.
Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure. It's an honor to be here.
It is incredible to have you here. And let me tell you why it's incredible just for everybody out there. So for those of you who don't know, The Expanse is now firmly established as one of the top space sci-fi shows in history, in my opinion, right up there with Star Trek, Battlestar Galactica, and Firefly. And now I have been a believer and an evangelist for your show since the start, particularly with this one over here. And it's currently shooting its 6th and final season. After going through a near-death experience in its 3rd season, when an epic fan-driven campaign to save the show ended in success at a space conference that I used to organize, which we can talk about in a little bit. If you have not watched the show, for all the viewers out there, and you like space, you should cancel whatever you're doing on Sunday and start binge-watching tomorrow. Okay, so that's the intro. Now let's get down into some questions. So first of all, it's so awesome to have you here. I know that you are not the characters that you play, but it's like exciting, for a fan like me to have you both here. But let's just get to you as people before we start talking about the show or space, which is going to be two things that are really fun to do. And maybe, Wes, if you don't mind, maybe we'll start with you. So I think it's super cool how you broke into acting and TV and everything. And so maybe you could just tell us a little bit about that because it's a super cool story.
Well, I mean, I started when I was really young, and I always wanted to be a part of storytelling, and I didn't know how that was actually going to manifest. But I was in the military, and I was in crash and rescue. I worked on the USS Bellawood. I worked on the flight deck. And 3 months before I was getting out, Denzel Washington was shooting the Antoine Fisher story on our ship. And they wanted authentic military guys to go in and audition to be a part of the movie. And it just so happens that I was the only guy on the ship that had any experience. So they had me come in, and it was one of those rare connections with the casting director, Robbie Reed. And we had a great reading and a great experience. And that's how it all started from there. I have the U.S. Navy to thank for the career that I have.
Go Navy. All right. So that's amazing. And I think we're all lucky that happened and that you've had such an incredible career since then. So Nadine, now you're an incredible actress, but also an incredible philanthropist, and the work that you've been doing in a charity and your organization, True Connection, is so inspiring. I was reading about it over the last few days. I was wondering if you could just share a bit about that part of your life and what the goals are, and anything you'd like to share with our viewers today.
Yeah, I just, I've always been one to be of service in any way that I can and volunteer. It started actually with developmentally disabled adults, working with them in theater. And I just loved it so much. It was my favorite part of the week, working with them. It took 2 years, but we got them off script, improving their shows. And it was just so rewarding and fun. And I was like, I just want to do something more. And so I ended up going to Africa and doing healing arts programs out there, helping orphans dealing with their trauma and creatively expressing their stories. And that somehow turned into social emotional learning, which I know your wife, Loretta, is also in emotional intelligence, which I just find so fascinating and fun. But we just started, getting the SEL programs out there with youth because it encapsulates everything I'm passionate about. Just all of the self-awareness and self-management, self-regulation, which is something I needed to learn deeply about in my healing journey. And then, problem solving, critical thinking, and creatively expressing yourself so that in alignment with your goals so that you can be of service and live a purposeful, meaningful life. I think it's so rewarding to give that to our youth because unfortunately our education isn't really guiding our kids in that way yet. So we started getting these SEL programs into the LAPD with the youth cadets, and then learned that we had to train some of the officers to teach the cadets. So now we're starting to train some of the LAPD officers in social emotional learning, which is really important in that social empathy piece, especially before learning about diversity, equity, and inclusion, which your last guest, Calvin Menning, was talking about. So just volunteering and spending my time when I'm not on set, just hanging out with some youth, doing mindfulness.
That is beautiful and awesome. And I encourage everyone to check out your organization and support it if they can. Again, it's called True Connection, and you can see some incredible stories online at your website. So, and I think almost you underplay it. Like, you have spent a huge amount of your time in your career pouring life energy into these kids, and we're all inspired by what you do. So thank you for that. Okay. So I don't want to give away too much on the show. So I'm going to not focus too much on the current season. People should go watch it. There's some really interesting stuff happening between your two characters. But anyway, I don't want to get that into that. I want to talk a little bit about the macro space stuff. So the showrunner or co-showrunner, I'm not sure, whatever, is a guy named Naren Shankar. And people should know about this guy. I've actually met him a few times. He came up to Mojave, I think. He's one of the most interesting people in entertainment. For those of you who don't know, he has a BS, MS, and PhD in applied physics and electrical engineering from Cornell, right? So he is the real deal. He knows his stuff. And what I find fascinating is that I've had conversations about how he wants to inject as much accuracy into the shows that he works on that he can, scientific accuracy, but at the same time, he's got to have a good story, And so how is it to work with Naren, and also a whole community of writers and people who want to do real hard communication of science and stuff, but also just want to have a kick-ass show? I'd love to hear your thoughts on that. Either of you, sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I think Naren is hands down the best showrunner I've ever worked with. And he has so many different sides. He has so many different forms of intelligence. He has creative intelligence. He understands storytelling, but he understands physics. He understands everything there is to know about space and being in space, and so for him, being authentic is so important to him. And one of the things that the Expanse really strives for is the experience like we had at Blue Origin when we all went to go visit Blue Origin. And I remember we were sitting in a panel and we were talking to the crowd, and behind us they were playing trailers for, I think it was season 4, and they were playing the trailer of season 4, and I was facing them, and I didn't see behind me, and everybody just erupted. And I turned around and looked, and the landing of the Rocinante on Illis was done in such a way that really excited everybody watching it, and that just made me proud to be a part of the show, and proud to have Naren as a showrunner that understood how to create something like that would get all these brilliant people at Blue Origin screaming and going crazy about the landing.
That's awesome. Nadine, is there anything you want to add to that?
Yeah, I mean, Naren is just a really special human. I remember meeting him for the first time thinking, wow, his smile and his energy is pretty prolific. And he's just an endearing heart and energy to be around, next to all of the intelligence, piggybacking on West said.
Super cool. So I have a question for you, which is being around people like him and others, is there, and I don't want to say that you weren't space experts before you got on the show, because I don't know, maybe you were, but have you learned anything interesting about space, real space, by being on the show, anything interesting that you didn't know before. So anyway, either of you. Yeah.
One of the things that I learned, all of my education of space came from movies. Everything I knew about space come from Star Trek and Star Wars. So what really the Expanse awakened me to was how the space is always trying to kill you, and how hard it is to stay alive in space, and how complicated it is just to do anything. And that, it's not as easy as being beamed to a planet. There's a whole lot of stuff that has to happen before that. So learning that has been something big that's happened for me in the show.
Awesome. Nadine?
One of our castmates told me that he had a soda pop on set and that had accidentally gotten shaken, but he couldn't find the lid, and he was so scared because in space there's none of the fizz and nothing blows up. It just kind of stays, the carbonation, right? And so that was one thing that I learned, and that, there's always movement if something is in progress, and that you have to either stop it or put it down for it to not kind of small things like that, being in 0G, the way it affects you. Wes is a professional at looking like gravity's, or the force is beating him down to the ground where we're going. I don't know, you just cut it down like to a T.
Amazing. So one of the things, I could go on, this panel could be like an hour, but unfortunately it can't be. But, one of the things that I love about the show is that it combines like science and great adventure and emotional stories, and also like diplomacy and government and all that stuff. Like, it weaves all these things together. But one of the things that I think is so amazing is that like your show is not that far in the future. And so like what I think is amazing is that there's all this amazing progress going on in commercial space, or space today, right? And the cast visited Blue, it visited Virgin Galactic. And actually one cool thing for folks who are online is that the DNA of flight of Virgin Galactic, which is on the spaceship that Richard Branson was just showing off, is on the the Razorback, but modified so that like it's a few generations down the road, which I think is super cool. But like there's this amazing connection between like real stuff happening now, the revolution in space with SpaceX and Blue and Virgin and everybody else, and the show. And so I don't know if there's anything that's cool about that, but you're sort of like at the heart of something that's also societally happening as well as artistically happening. I don't know if that makes sense.
Yeah, I think that science fiction is the collective imagination of the future. And so one of the great joys that this show, that being a part of this show has given me, is all the great people that I've gotten to meet. And in everybody. The relationship that I've had and that the show has with the fans is unlike any other relationship that I've ever had. And so anytime if I'm out in town or at a Comic-Con or going to a space event like this, and if somebody comes up and they're big fans of the Expanse, we always end up having these great conversations. And I tend to find that we're, all interested in the same things, because I would be a fan of the Expanse even if I wasn't a part of it. I even started reading the books before I found out that they were doing the pilot of the Expanse. So it's just a great joy and a great honor to be a part of these things. And then to be able to come to be involved in things like these and meet these incredible people that are really doing these new, innovative, exciting things. And a lot of times, there's times where you feel like, how did I get invited to this party? And so I enjoy the experience of being a part of the Expanse and meeting all the people that it's a great group of people that and we all have these great conversations and all these things in common.
So cool. So I think that's all the time we have, but on behalf of all the fans out there in the space community, thank you for all you do. And thank you also for what you do in the real life. We really appreciate it. I'm not going to force you to answer this question, but any update on the movie? No bites. Okay, we'll stay tuned on that. So, but anyway, thank you so much. We really appreciate it, and happy Yuri's Night. Thanks again.
Happy Yuri's Night. Thank you for
Happy
having us.
Yuri's Night. Thanks for inviting us. We appreciate it. Thanks for having us.
Okay.
Bye.
Great. So we've made it, a pretty good way through our through this webcast, and we really want to just thank everybody who's listening. Like I said, the chat is pretty cool. Scott says the Yuri's Night drinking games are more like laws of nature. I don't know. I haven't been following everything, so I'm not quite sure what that is.
He's drinking a one giant leap, and I'm like embarrassed that I don't know what a one giant leap is. I'm gonna have to ask.
Well,
Scott.
we'll have to ask Scott sometime soon. But we got some other good comments from a place called Space, and Marshall Rapp says the Expanse movie is confirmed. Did we just do that? Okay, so I think we're good to go. But hopefully everybody's staying in there. We got some amazing content in the second half of the show, and I don't know. Do you want to go with the next thing?
Leland's here! Oh, I just saw him come on the screen. I get all excited. I still get all excited every time I see him. So our next guest is Leland Melvin. He's a former NASA astronaut, former NFL player, and I call him the poster child for the new right stuff. He's an extraordinary human being, extraordinary astronaut, and I'm just delighted to get to see you again. It's always a pleasure to get to connect and be with you.
So great to see both of you, Loretta and George. You're really rocking this show. Yuri's Night. Let's go, baby.
So I did have a couple of people ask me before the show, is Leland going to have the dogs on screen with him? And I figured it was a long shot.
I was going to bring them, but they were acting so wild. They would have knocked down my green screen in the back. They were like out of control. So I'll give you, here's a little snapshot.
Hey, there we go. There's the dogs. Yay.
No, they were going to bust this place out. So
it's kind of like everyone's kids during COVID. Yeah, we're familiar with how they interrupt Zoom and
just spinning up like a rocket,
No, that's really great. Oh, yeah. So that book you're holding up, that's your chasing space story of your life.
Yeah, working on some graphic novels for kids, get some kids inspired where the kids actually go to space. Middle school kids go to space. So we're working on that. And they're going to take my dogs up there too. So we need some dogs back in space.
That's awesome.
I think it's time for that. Yeah.
Yeah, I want to get you back in space too. But anyway, yeah. So getting kids inspired about space, that sounds like a great focus right now. One of the great privileges of having people like you on the show and all of us getting to listen in and sit at your knee and listen is that we can learn from the experience and wisdom of those who've gone before us. Those who've been to space, who can help bring along those of us who are getting ready and hopefully looking up to the stars. And I'm just would love to know what sort of words of wisdom have you come across from the people who came before you as you were helping train for your flights and getting ready for space?
Loretta, I think we were talking about something before called the soul. What is it? The
school of lived experiences.
The school of lived experiences. And I think that as we talk about all the people that have gone before us, the Neils and the Buzzes and the Johns and the Crippen, and we had Luke on here and Katie and Ron and Richard, but we get these experiences and we get these words of wisdom that come from people that have already done it. And when I first went to space, I had CJ Sturkauer. Him and his crew briefed our crew before going up in STS-122. And he said, I made a mistake flipping the wrong switch on my first flight. He said, I didn't push it behind me. I didn't compartmentalize it. And I made a second mistake. And he said that if I had made a third mistake, we would have all been gone. So, just getting these lessons passed down from our elders and from people that have done it, been in the trenches, because as we go to Mars, we're going to have to get new lessons learned for people that are coming behind them. And back to the moon with the first woman and the first person of color, which is incredible, so that everyone can be part of this journey, and that every child out there, no matter what zip code or postal code they're in, they can actually see someone that looks like them and rise and be part of this, because the best solutions come from the most diverse teams. And we need to make sure that the new right stuff, as you talk about, is inclusive of all people. And I thank you for what you do to promote, your book and the new right stuff, and just helping people have a journey and believe that anything's possible.
So excited. Okay. We also were talking about the theme for Yuri's Night this year. So it's been a tough year for a lot of people.
Yeah.
You know, we've been going through a lot as a species, and it's been a really interesting challenge. And so when we came up with the theme for 2021, we decided it would be Earthseed, which is the tip of the hat to famous science fiction author Octavia Butler's masterpiece, Parable of the Sower, and that hopeful message for, you know, words we can live by, that to carry us through dark times and keep believing in a brighter light ahead. So I wanted to know what you thought. Have you read Parable of the Sower yet?
Oh yeah, I mean, Earthseed. I mean, God is, you know, that is kind of like their own little religion, but God is change. And when you think about trying to inspire and motivate people in tough times, you have to celebrate these micro victories. You have to celebrate the little things, the simplistic things that get you through every other moment. And I was remembering when I lost my hearing in a training accident, I was completely deaf, laying in the hospital. My friends were coming in, writing notes to me, talking about, you know, you'll get through this. You'll be able to, you know, hear again one day. And I only can hear in one ear. But it was all of these people that said, you're going to get better. It's going to work out. And have that faith that we as a collective of humans, a collective of earthlings, as Nicole Stott always likes to say, that we can do anything if we work together and if we lift each other up. And like in Parable of the Sower, you know, in this dystopian society in LA, you know, Lauren, the lead character, lead person in this book, she is pulling people together as teams, as a force to get through the tough times where people are trying to kill and loot and rape and do all these things, but they come together as a team and trust each other. And that's exactly what we do in space. You know, I was in space with, you know, African American, Asian American, French, German, Russian, the first female commander, breaking bread at 17,500 miles per hour, going around the planet every 90 minutes, having this perspective shift. Frank's going to talk about the overview effect that we get, you know, and if anyone messes up, we all die. And that's the same kind of thing with the Parable of the Sower. If you don't work together, you die. And so as we celebrate the future of spaceflight, we don't want to be thinking about, you know, death and destruction and things like that, but we have to get through the tough times as a family, as a community, as a global community, and just take it to the next level.
Amen.
You love that book, didn't you? Wasn't that an awesome book?
It's hard to read. I'm not gonna lie. To warn our viewers, it's very dystopian, and it is an important enough message that I wanted to underline it and direct people to check it out, because I think there's a lot in there we can learn from. And
when you think about what you talked about, Earthseed, you know, think about the minds of the young kids that we need to plant the right seeds in them right now, so that they will be our next generation of explorers. They will be the ones that are building rocket ships, going to other planets, building warp speed, and all these things that we need to live the dreams of the science fiction. You know, science fiction becomes science fact when you put into play the hope and the optimism and the work. You got to do the work to make these dreams become a reality. And I think about Peggy Whitson, who was the commander of my mission. She said that when Sally Ride became an astronaut, her dreams of going to space became a goal because she saw someone doing it that looked like her. And so we got to keep letting our little seeds, our little earth seeds, inspire them to rise and to be that next generation. And I'll be sitting on my rocking chair. You won't be, you're younger than me, so you'll be like watching or be going, but we'll be watching our seeds taking off and growing into being, you know, beautiful explorers.
That's incredible. You're also doing a lot of work with young people. You have your young adult edition of your book, Chasing Space. You have this new graphic novel you're working on, and then you're also working with Base 11. Would you share about that with us?
Yeah, base11.com. We're actually going to have college students. We have a contest called a program where they're building liquid fuel rockets to get to space. If they get to space, we give them $1 million. Not the college, but the students, the teams of rockets, rocketry clubs to get together to build these rockets. And so that's something that's really important that we're doing. But the other thing is we're trying to get 100,000 underserved, underrepresented students by 2030 to either be in a STEM job or be an entrepreneur. And so we're really reaching out to students in universities to help them find their path along this STEM journey. And I call it a STEAM journey because that A is so important to create the creatives, the artists, the musicians, all the people that are at this Yuri's Night tonight that are not scientists, technologists, engineers, and mathematicians, but people that are creating the dreams that let people see what the future can be. And so STEAM education is critical to allowing everybody to be part of the journey, Loretta. And as you know, it's all about STEAM.
Yeah,
I mean, you're all STEM, you're dressed. I mean, you've got data coming down from space, lighting up the dress with the meteorites hitting, and then the shoes are like crazy fly.
Yeah, I'm just grateful that I get to sit for the whole show. This has really helped. It's the key to the success.
This is incredible.
No, it's great having you. Yeah, exactly. I once heard a great artist sharing that she said, do you want to have the next generation, do you want to create a generation of scientists and engineers, or do you want to create a generation of Michelangelos?
Right.
And that was the first time it clicked for me. I was like, oh, yeah.
He's
that.
the ultimate STEAM explorer, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, exactly. So people can do it all. Who can, tell a story, capture your heart. And you'll see we'll have Dr. Sion Proctor joining us later in the show. Just got her a chance to go to space now, and she's bringing together the art and the science. And she has this. We were talking about equity, diversity, and inclusion, but she added the J in front. Justice, equity, diversity, inclusion, so we can make it our Jedi future. And she had me.
And what's amazing is I interviewed her. She was one of the educator astronauts who came through NASA to be one of the educator astronauts. And she interviewed. She did a great job. But we got Dottie and Ricky and Joe Acaba. But now she's going and is going to give some wisdom to the youth from space as an educator and as just a overall incredible advocate for exploration.
The universe has got our back. It's looking out for us.
Got our back, strongly got our back.
You're a breath of fresh air. Thank you for everything you do, the authenticity and you model in your book and on screen and everywhere you go. Thank you for who you are and being a role model for all of us to look up to.
Hey, I appreciate you and George, and Godspeed on the journey. Thanks for 20 years of making this happen for people to believe that anything is possible through exploration, human exploration.
That sounds great. Thank you, Leland. And we look forward to seeing you back at Yuri's Night again soon.
Yes, most definitely.
All right. Poyaholi. Happy Yuri's Night. Thank you.
All right. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.
Bye, Leland.
Godspeed, everyone.
Godspeed.
Well, thank you, Loretta. It's really my pleasure to be here at Yuri's Night and to talk a little bit about Jerry O'Neill and about the film that will be coming out soon, The High Frontier, The Untold Story of Gerard K. O'Neill. I'm especially happy to talk about it because Jerry O'Neill is truly due for a recognition of his incredible efforts to come up with a new and different vision of human space exploration and development. He did that with remarkable ideas. He did that with the Space Studies Institute. And for me personally, he is a hero because at a time when many of us wanted to be involved in space exploration and development, there wasn't a lot for us to do if we weren't engineers or scientists or astronauts. Jerry, because he was thinking ahead and looking at human communities out there in the solar system, realized that every human being had something to offer. You could be a social scientist, you could be an electrician, you could be a poet, you could, of course, be an astronaut, and you would find a place at the Space Studies Institute. For me personally, there would be no overview effect if there were no Jerry O'Neill and no High Frontier. It was because I was welcomed at the Space Studies Institute and I was thinking constantly about Jerry's vision as I flew across the country and looked out the window of the airplane that I had the insight that led to writing The Overview Effect, Space Exploration and Human Evolution. And I'm really happy that serendipitously it's coming out right at the same time as the film. The 4th edition will be coming out in the very near future. And it's totally appropriate because one other personal connection, Jerry wrote the foreword to the 1st edition, and I'm really, really proud of that. So I hope everyone will take a look at the world premiere on spacechannel.com, April 17th. And even if you're not interested or think you're not interested in space exploration, if you're an environmentalist or you care about the Earth, you ought to watch this film. Many people don't know that Jerry's vision included a very, very strong environmental component. He felt that our technological civilization was really too much for our home planet. And he also felt that if some portion of that civilization were to expand outward into the solar system, the Earth could be returned to some of its original ecological beauty and balance. So this is an important film. It's an important film about an important man. And I hope you'll enjoy the trailer. I hope you'll enjoy Yuri's Night. And then, not so long after, I hope you'll enjoy The High Frontier, the untold story of Gerard K. O'Neill. Thank you very much.
We are on a very fragile planet at the present time. These are the most dangerous decades in all of human history. We have the capability to destroy ourselves, and yet we have not broken free of the limitations of that thin biosphere of the Earth.
Now, some serious scientists are talking about whole colonies in space. Not on the moon, Mars, or Jupiter, but on man-made planets. And populated not by scientists and astronauts alone, but by hundreds of thousands of just plain folks looking to get away from an overcrowded Earth, running short of energy, water, and clean air.
The human race must leave and occupy other places in space. Do you really believe we can be there soon?
With the technology that we have now, we could do it, and maybe by the late 1980s.
Talking about outer space and colonizing outer space is always intriguing. And here's a gentleman who knows about it. Would you welcome, please, Gerard K. O'Neill.
Dr. O'Neill rolls out this book called The High Frontier that shows how to do it, step by step. And it's go time.
Anyone can read the book. That will change how you think about space forever.
It's possible to make habitats which are relatively big enough to be very Earth-like.
90% of the people on Earth in 100 years would move out into space and leave the Earth.
We call the Earth the old country.
Jerry O'Neill asked, is a planetary surface the right place for an expanding industrial civilization?
The episode of human life being confined to Earth is coming to an end. Space will be the next civilization.
Industries and colonies in space may sound incredible, but we who are working toward them know that most of the building blocks are already in place.
Jerry O'Neill is a physicist with a brilliant reputation among his colleagues. O'Neill might have stayed in that abstract world, but he has always been intrigued by space.
Jerry had a dream of going into space, and he went through the whole program, all the rigorous, grueling physical and psychological tests.
I was really worried that O'Neill's influence and his greatness has not been publicly understood. But then as somebody with the wherewithal of Jeff Bezos actually tries to implement it, that's transformational.
It's this generation's job to build that road to space.
Professor O'Neill was very formative for me. I read The High Frontier in high school, and as soon as I read it, it made sense to me.
Space isn't just something that's just the engineers show up to.
You know, this is something for artists and writers and business people. We were a bunch of young, intuitive punks. We're all Jerry's kids. We're all, in one way or another, caught up in this idea.
3, 2, 1, 0.
Yes, it was crazy. Yes, it was science fiction. Yes, it was way out there. But the steps were there. It just was hard work. And all of us were willing to do the hard work.
We, you and I, are the only people who will ever have the privilege of saying, we explored the solar system first.
This concept is so enormous in its scale and the change of human events that's going to happen inevitably as a result of this.
It's very important that it be about everybody, that we stay true to Jerry's vision. We're all Jerry's kids, and that's something to be excited by and a legacy that we can all live into.
Life is extraordinarily rare, extraordinarily precious. Opening the high frontier means making possible and ensuring the survival of the human race.
We're very excited to be able to help out with the premiere of The High Frontier next Saturday night. So if you miss us, we'll be back next Saturday night. Come and join us, watch the premiere. You can go to the highfrontierthemovie.com. Oh, I should have looked up that URL. It's on our website. Or maybe it's thank you for putting that lovely graphic on the screen. Brilliant, brilliant. Good thing we have such an incredible team in the control room. And I'll be there watching it. I'm actually in the movie and was really inspired by a lot of, and dear friends are all in it. So yeah, come back next Saturday. Join us for the premiere. It'll be free on spacechannel.com. And afterwards, you have to pay on all the other services the next day. So come join us for the premiere next Saturday. It'll be a lot of fun. As I mentioned earlier, the other thing we're got our fingers crossed for is that we're going to have a third important milestone of spaceflight coming up on April 12th again. And this will be the first powered flight on another planet, the Mars helicopter, which JPL is getting ready to launch right now. And so we are super excited to bring on some folks from the team to be able to share with us a little bit about Perseverance, the whole process, and the helicopter and where we're at. But of course, since they are on Mars time and they have to sleep shift and everything, we decided to connect with them a little bit early. So this is, we're going to show, we're privileged to get to talk with Dana Trujillo and Karen Lee of NASA JPL on Thursday. And I'm going to share that video with you now.
Super excited. You're both fabulous, extraordinary engineers and working at NASA JPL on the Mars program. And this is such an exciting time. We had to sort of break in and sort of get the live story from you on what's happening. So Dana, tell us, first of all, what's your role in the Mars project right now?
I am a surface flight director during commissioning. So what that means is I have the pleasure to lead the downlink team that does the analysis of the rover and give the go for the next activity. So not only for Perseverance, but I also had the pleasure to be the flight director for Dropsail for the helicopter. So that made it really exciting.
Gosh, you've done so much to get here, and you're such an extraordinary role model. I also saw that you were leading something for NASA called Martes on Martes. Can you tell us about that?
Martes on Martes, meaning Tuesdays on Mars, is a weekly report of what we have done thus far with the rover, showing you the images, stitching together the story as to what happened behind that image, how do we actually take that image, what did the engineers do, and what does it mean for us? So yeah, we're trying to keep everybody engaged with everything we're doing.
You know, here at Yuri's Night, we celebrate the anniversary of Gagarin's flight, April 12th, 61, the first shuttle flight, April 12th, 81. And now we have the potential to have the first powered flight on Mars be April 12th, 2021. So we're super excited. We're hoping, fingers crossed, that we can welcome you to the Yuri's Night anniversary family. We just talked to Bob Crippen, and he was saying that they were so busy, just trying to get this shuttle launching, they weren't even concerned about what day it was going to end up happening. If that didn't factor it in, is the same? I assume it's the similar situation for you on Mars. We're not trying to hit a certain day. We're just trying to get the dang helicopter to fly.
And I mean, I think that everything that we try to do, and it's not only with the helicopter, right? We're trying to do so many things that stitch together that depend on each other. And we're thinking, well, we're going to do it this day, but we need to wait for this data. And if the orbiter doesn't work, then we have to wait. If the DSN station, the Deep Space Network doesn't work, then we have to wait. And so it's a lot of, I love the way that you're bringing it up here, Loretta, because the thing that really have to work is like multi-planetary, multi-spacecraft, multi-time. All of that has to line up, PDT, UTC, like everybody's understanding LMST time. So the actual time on Mars, all of that, plus the 2 different spacecrafts, all line up with all the procedures and the operations that we need to do to make sure that we can do one thing. So it is a huge coordination.
So what role are you going to be playing over this next phase? We're going into flight. Are you going to be on console for that?
So that's an interesting question. So I worked on the Perseverance team. Karen, you're the helicopter team. So from our perspective, we were doing all the checkouts to make sure that everything got deployed. And then the next thing at the interface with the helicopter team was to make sure that we could deploy the helicopter. So I see it kind of like the mommy kangaroo, right? Is like it has the helicopter inside and then it drops and we're like, okay, are you okay? We're gonna back out slowly. I take a picture. But then after that for me is the next thing that we will do with Perseverance, which is why we came to Mars, right? Like we need to finish doing the checkouts of all the assembled caching system and the robotic arm and the core and all the tubes that we have to make sure that all of that works properly. So we can now get on to the next stage, which is drive and find that sample so we can cache it.
Yeah, awesome. So thank you, Diana. Karen, so now that we're coming up so close to the flight that you worked so hard on the building and the testing of this helicopter, how are you feeling coming into this? Like,
just so excited. And with every success that we have, I start feeling more confident and just more excited that this is really going to happen. I mean, this is really just historic. The first powered flight on Mars, the first powered flight on any other planet is just, I'm speechless. I mean, it's just so exciting to have been a part of this.
Maybe Karen can also talk about the piece of cloth that we have on the helicopter. Did she mention that already?
No.
The design of the controls is so tricky that the mass and the mass properties are really, really critical on this helicopter. And so the chief engineer was counting fractions of grams. As we were developing the parts, everything that came together had to be accounted for, and its location had to be accounted for to get the controls right. I mean, our controls guys were really insistent that, for success, we really need to know this very well. And so there was the possibility that we would need ballast somewhere, somehow.
Oh.
And we had thought about, what would be the right thing. I mean, we thought about, maybe a penny. We're talking about grams or fractions of grams. Well, they had located a piece of cloth from the original Wright brothers plane and had allowed us to incorporate that as our belt.
So beautiful. I love it. Yeah. So the first powered flight on Earth and then the first powered flight on another world. That's so beautiful. Well done, GPL. I'm so excited. And you're talking to the right crowd tonight because these are definitely the people who would stay up till midnight Pacific and 3 a.m. Eastern to get to watch this momentous occasion. So thank you so much for joining us and sharing the sort of insider view of just the exciting things that are unfolding for us right now on Mars. So grateful.
Fantastic. Thank you so much. So next we're going to be bringing on stage some really extraordinary human beings that I've gotten to work with over the years. Rod Roddenberry is the son of Gene Roddenberry, the creator of Star Trek. Robert Picardo, who played the holographic doctor on Star Trek Voyager. And Sister Peace, who's a Buddhist nun that I had the privilege of being on a panel with at Sundance earlier this year and found out she's a big Star Trek fan. And so I I decided this would be the perfect people to bring on stage to celebrate the 100th anniversary of the birth of Gene Roddenberry. So Gene was born on August 19th, 1921. And so leading up to the 100th anniversary of his birth, Rod and the Roddenberry Foundation are creating a whole campaign called Think Track, and looking at how we can bring all of the vision and message of Roddenberry to our everyday lives. So thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much, Loretta. I feel like way better of an introduction I deserve, but done.
Well, we'll start with you, Rod. So we were talking before about how, this incredible journey that your father had throughout his life, and, coming into Star Trek even very late, and all the things that happened before that, and sort of his character arc. And what can you share with us about what you know of how his journey went?
Well, first, Bob, I appreciate being here. Sister Peace, you're incredible. I've just watched a video about you. We're perfectly aligned, I think, in terms of Star Trek. The better future is probably an overused term, but still phenomenal. As far as my father goes, I can only tell you what I've read. He didn't talk to me about like what it was like, but he fought in World War II, and he dropped bombs. He was a B-17, B-25 pilot. Sorry, I'm terrible. He was he didn't understand why people fought, and that really came out in his works that he did. There was a lot of us, obviously, in Star Trek, but before that, he did. God, what was it? There was a show before that. He talked about people just if you're angry, your first reaction shouldn't be fighting. It should be trying to understand the other point of view. And I think it was relevant then, and it's relevant now. Trying to look at the other point of view, empathy, keyword. It's incredible. If you can take that moment when you're in I don't want to say hostile, but if you're in a situation that brings the emotions up, if you can step back. By the way, I can preach better than I can do. If you can be empathetic to a situation, it gives you so much more clarity. And I feel like Sister Peace can speak to this far better than I can. But Star Trek is about understanding something else, something different. So that's what my father, he traveled the world, he experienced things, he bombed people, but he came out of it trying to understand the world in a better way. And that's the best thing about him. And I'd say Star Trek.
Really beautiful and really well said. And yes, Sister Peace, that's why we invited you on, because Rod and I can talk a really good game about how we want to be thoughtful and mindful and loving, and on the ground. I fall short all so much, and so we thought we'd bring on an expert who could help us, with some tools and advice on how can we think Trek, how can we walk Trek in our daily life.
Well, listen, thank you so much. I am delighted to be here. I mean, this is just, a fan's dream come true. I've been watching Trek since, I guess it started way back with the first one. And I continue now, keeping up with Star Trek Discovery and Captain Michael Berman.
Could not agree with you more.
Right. And so I'm just going to share with you. I've got maybe 3 things that I'd like to share with you about just how I practice Trek every day. We often talk about the captains of industry, right? But in Star Trek, the striking thing for me is that they are captains of humanity.
Yes. Well,
not that they are above the rest, but shining and sometimes messy example of what it's like to grow as a human being.
Examples. Yes. Thank you so much.
examples. They have intelligence and compassion, humanness and humaneness about them that we can all aspire to practice towards. You know, practice being the best humans that we can be. And for me, I have to come back to this point. It's never been more evident than in the current Star Trek Discovery with Michael Berman, because she's been through the heroine's journey, you know, every challenge imaginable from the time of childhood. Yet she was able to meet all of those challenges. And in the end, the last season, a long awaited milestone on Star Trek series has been met. And we have our first African-American female captain.
Who earned it,
Yay.
if I may say.
Yes.
If I may say, it's regardless of race, she started out making I don't know if it's a poor decision or not. And in today's day and age, there's a lot of gray area. There's the right and wrong sometimes is blurred. She made a decision, not to get all Discovery on you guys all. She made a decision that was questionable, because I have my feelings. Well, we can do a separate group session about that. But she did that, and she had to learn, and she's made mistakes along the way, and she's grown. And I'll tell you what, I've had some issues with the first 2 seasons, but they were all about character growth and discovery. I used to think Discovery was about the ship. It's about the show. And they did a great job of bringing her and her character and all the cast. All the cast had to discover and learn. So sorry. I'm rewatching season 3 again right now, and it brings me to tears. It literally brings me to tears when Michael Burnham says these things and owns up to the mistakes she's made. And I don't want to ruin it. No spoiler alerts. Because of acknowledging the right and the wrong, rises to the certain ranks. Anyhow, sorry, I'm out. Sorry.
Perfect.
I just say I agree with you.
You crushed it. No, that was beautiful, Rod. Oh, I just love this so God. Okay, so Robert, I actually, in all the times we've worked together over these years, I actually don't even did you get a chance to meet Gene on set ever? Or if not, what were some of your favorite memories of just like the experience of being in that culture and in that experience?
Sadly, I never did get to meet him. I was cast in Voyager. I think Gene had been passed away about 2 years.
Yeah.
So I never did get to meet him. I just want to do a shout out to Rod for doing the wonderful work, not only to keep his father's legacy alive and well, but really expanding its influence and not just with this centennial celebration, but his foundation and everything. I commend you for that. I applaud you. And Sister made, and Rod made very good points about Star Trek's value inspiring our humanity. But I would like to talk a little bit about how it inspires science and how it inspires us to seek new technologies that solve our problems. Once you get cast in a Star Trek series and you start doing your personal appearances, you meet all of these people that come up to you with stories about how they were influenced by the show. And many of them are human stories. I was in a very sad and depressed part of my life. Your show or your character helped get me through that. I was recovering from a serious illness. I was diagnosed with cancer and I was in chemo. I was in a difficult rehabilitation, and your show, watching it, got me through it. And that is extremely valuable and important, I know, to all of the actors to hear that. And then you hear inspirational stories, perhaps not just with them coping with emotional challenges in their life, but how they were influenced, for example, to go into medicine, to become a doctor or an EMT or a nurse or whatever, because they were influenced by my character specifically, which is also a great compliment to you. It makes you feel as an actor that your work has a greater significance than just entertaining people. And when the show was in its original run in the late 90s, about 97, I became involved with a group called the Planetary Society, which is a great friend to Yuri's Night. And And we're presently led by Bill Nye, the Science Guy. The Planetary Society, for those of you who don't know, and I bet you all do, was co-founded by the great Carl Sagan, Lewis Friedman, and Bruce Murray. Bruce Murray ran Jet Propulsion Laboratory during the heyday. Sorry about the noise. It's New York, guys. What can I do? The heyday of the Voyager 1 and 2 expeditions. And Lewis Friedman was also working at Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Anyway, they felt that the public's interest in space exploration after the great success of the March to the Moon was beginning to wane. So in 1984, he founded the Planetary Society to engage public interest in space science. And they reached out to me to become on the advisory board, to become a member of the advisory council, because they saw me, I guess, as bringing their message to the science fiction fan community and saying, if you're a fan of science fiction, you're really a fan of science. Let me help you realize that. But I have, because of my relationship with the Planetary Society and my involvement with educational challenges for young people, I talked our producer, Rick Berman, on Voyager while the show was on the air to do the first public service announcement that I'm aware of ever shot on a Star Trek set. And it was for something called the Mars Millennium Project. It was an educational challenge for young people in the, I think, junior high school and high school range. And in any case, I got the public service announcement shot on the set. The whole production stopped. I had like 5 minutes to do this very complicated piece of material without a teleprompter, but it got done and it aired only one night. Okay. Cut to years later, I got this letter, and this will sum up why I'm most proud to be on, to be part of the Star Trek franchise. Okay. This is from a woman named Dr. Well, I gave it away. She's a PhD now, Tanya Harrison. She says, I was wondering if either of you might be able to pass a little message along to Robert Picardo. I actually started my journey down this Martian path, thanks in large part to a PSA that he did that aired during an episode of Voyager in 1999, promoting NASA's Mars Millennium Project. I would never have heard of the project if not for the PSA, and the project led me to get connected with my local Mars Society chapter. Those folks ended up paying for me to go to one of their conventions in Toronto to present the work that I'd done for the project. The following year, and I know from that, the following year, she said, I knew from that experience that I wanted to do this as a career. That is also what led me to do a PhD in Ontario. Visiting Toronto for that convention, I fell in love and I knew I wanted to move there. So I just wanted to tell him thank you for doing that PSA and being involved in science communication outreach, because it definitely made a difference. That's Dr. Tanya Harrison. I follow her on Twitter now, and she is a major player in the Perseverance lander that just landed on Mars.
Great. Yeah, and she's actually backstage with us right now. So if anyone's in the backstage show, they can go to the Kennedy Space Center and the Planet Labs booth there and talk to Tanya. You can go give her a rib.
This is one of the first times I've embarrassed her publicly by doing this. Tanya, I hope you're proud to hear this story. But if you're not, you can let me know on Twitter.
That's great. So just in closing here, it's so lovely just to speak with you all and to get in that Star Trek space is lovely to be in here. And I just wanted to close with one last line from that Sister Peace had on our panel with Leland, where we did this talking about the School of Lived Experience. And you told us a new definition for FU. Maybe you should tell us.
Please.
Yes. Instead of, I call it the other F word, and it is called forgiveness. When you have that urge to say that up, you can say, forgive you, or forgive you.
Fantastic.
Forgive you.
Yeah, forgive you. So beautiful. So thank you, each of you, for coming on. Rod, we're going to be definitely following all the Think Trek activities over the next coming months and bringing Trek to our lives wherever we can. Thank you all for being on, and live long and prosper.
Night.
You.
Thank you. Bob, good to see you.
Hello.
Hey everyone. This is such an amazing Yuri's Night 2021 we're having. My name is Nico Blanks. I'm a student at Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University in Daytona Beach, Florida, studying space flight operations. And I'm here with two incredible people, Simone Yetz and Tim Dodd, the everyday astronaut. And yeah, today we're going to be talking about the Cosmic Odyssey Scholarship and why we all love space. So I just want to throw it over to you two and introduce yourselves real quick.
Simone, go.
Oh, hi. Go. I'm going. My name is Simone. I build things. I don't know what else to say. I feel like it's all in flux all the time. I used to be known as the Queen of Shitty Robots, and then I've started making useful things, which is very confusing. So I'm just like making things. Right now, I'm just working on a jigsaw puzzle because I'm cool. And it's Saturday night, you know? What about you, Tim?
Well, I don't go quite as hard as you. I'm not quite that hardcore. I wish I had my grandma on right now, like making cool puzzles like you on a Saturday night. But
we can't all be this cool.
I thrive. I can only thrive. So strive to be. Yeah. Hi, I'm Tim Dodd. I'm better known as the Everyday Astronaut, and I like rockets and things that do space stuff, I guess, for a living. I'm a professional like things on the internet guy. Is that fair?
I think
that's very fair.
I think that is an accurate description. Yes.
Oh, I should mention, hey, Jamie, if we can cut back to my full screen, I did include, I brought the suit back for Yuri's Night tonight for the first time in like 2 years. I'm not donning it. You're not going to get me to don it, but it is back there with very lifeless legs, as you pointed out, Simone.
That's the Everyday Astronaut suit?
That is the OG. Yep.
Wow.
Yeah. So there you go. Happy Yuri's Night, everybody.
Awesome. Well, to give a little background on like kind of why I'm up here with both of you, like many people on this stream, you know, a lot of people want to be astronauts. That's everybody wants to go to space. And I've been the same way since I was very, very young. And for me, that kind of dream of mine was faltered a little bit when I was 6 years old. I was diagnosed with a brain tumor. And I had many people tell me from that moment that, you know, your dream of going to space is kind of over with. And I started to believe them when you have multiple people telling you that in your ear. Even if you have just as many encouraging you, the bad, you know, vibes creep in, I guess. Mm-hmm. So, but that kind of changed when I had the opportunity to go to space camp when I was in high school. And for a time, like for that first time, I was surrounded by people that encouraged me and inspired me to like chase my dreams no matter what, how many people are telling me that I would never be able to do that. So space camp was a life changer for me, and I want to give that opportunity to other kids that are going through a similar hardship that I went through. And so that's why I'm starting the Cosmic Odyssey Scholarship with the help of Yuri's Night and with the help of the Austin Hatcher Foundation for Pediatric Cancer. So this summer, we're going to send families, pediatric cancer survivors, and patients to space camp. So hopefully they will be inspired and maybe also want to one day go to space like all of us. And so, yeah, and speaking of going to space, I'm very curious as to have both of you always wanted to go to space, and what inspired you to, if not, want to change your mind and actually go?
So just asking for a friend, what's the cutoff age for your initiative?
So space camp is, the great thing about it is that we have a custom camp, so anybody can go.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, because I didn't have a pediatric tumor. I had it when I was, oh gosh, how old was I? 27, and I had much of the same reaction as you, where I was like, okay, going to space was always unlikely for me, but this is like going to be the final nail in the coffin. And then, like, I mean, recently there's just been so many of these opportunities popping up and a lot of commercial spaceflight going. So it's really, it's a good time to not be a superhuman, but still want to go to space, is what I'm thinking. But you're mainly focusing on kids, right? Not 30-year-olds.
I mean, kids, but I think anybody that has that, like, that hardship, that wants to be inspired, should have the opportunity to be inspired. So
we're all kids at heart.
It's true. We are all kids at heart, definitely.
Yeah, Simone, but you've like always wanted to go to space, though, right?
I mean, it started, so it has incredibly humble beginnings, where my mom, who always wanted to go to space, she told me when I was a teenager that if my parents have been very good about never imposing dreams on me, but this is the one, like, slip my mom had, and she said if I managed to go to space, I would never have to buy her another Christmas present. And I was like, okay, that sounds like a fair trade. Let me add this to my bucket list. But then it kind of just stuck with me. I started studying physics, and then I realized, like, okay, I'm not an astronaut type. Like, that was the only, we only have one Swedish astronaut, and he studied that same program. And I was like, okay, this is not I'm not that person. I'm too much of a spaz. But then I built a toothbrush helmet, and my career started, and I was like, oh, maybe I'll be able to go to space through the toothbrush helmet path. Which is a path I'm working on establishing. Yeah. What about you? I feel like you've had a change of heart, like, fairly recently, because you were not ready.
Yeah.
For a little bit. No?
No, yeah. I never really honestly I never had any real genuine desire to go to space. I just always thought, like, I like rockets and I like the hardware, but space always terrified me. I grew up, with, I remember very vividly the Columbia disaster, for instance, very vividly. I remember that day. So I just have had a little, pretty big fear of the consequences of space flight. And I've never really actually felt like I wanted to, or nor did it maybe even have a genuine possibility of ever, going to space. Like, that just never seemed like a thing. And literally just in the past 6 months, seeing, inspiration for, Dear Moon 2019 or 2018 is when Yusaka Maezawa announced that. That was sort of like, sure, cool, but I didn't quite believe it. But now seeing, like, Inspiration 4 and the other crew that's going to be going to the ISS soon, and seeing, Virgin Galactic and Blue Origin getting closer to suborbital space flight stuff too, commercial, it makes me realize, like, oh, this actually is a thing. This actually is a thing. And the more I start thinking about, like, what would it act when I let myself imagine going to space now and seeing the Earth from a distance, I guess it's genuinely poetic and beautiful. And I guess I do actually want to see that now. And it's like, I guess that's my change of heart. Like, I actually am letting myself now imagine that for the first time, I guess.
Yeah. So Nico, it didn't start with, like, you had space dreams before you went to space camp. Like, where did it start for you?
I think my earliest space memory that I like to attribute to like all my love and for like human space exploration was definitely like I'd say probably around the age of 4 or 5, watching like Apollo 13 and October Sky with my family and my grandfather. Those movies, like you would think Apollo 13 out of all movies would scare you from ever wanting to even touch a spacecraft in your life, but for me I was like, oh, I want to do that really bad. So I like to contribute that to the start of my like want and love of space travel. So and yeah, and I've been working really hard ever since to get there, and I'm sure both of you have been doing a lot of things to kind of get your name and make you the best candidates possible for applying to these amazing like trips that are
I haven't made a toothbrush helmet yet. I'm feeling left out. Like maybe that's the key here. Simone, I feel like you're doing.
I mean, it's a path. It's maybe not the path or the best path, but is the one that I have, and I will try to make it work. But yeah, I mean, I applied to Inspiration 4 and then also to Dear Moon, but I haven't posted my application publicly because I feel like I ran out of internet coin on the Inspiration 4 project. And I was like, I can't be posting like a space competition every week, which is probably really bad strategically. But I also I don't know, I'm just like a little bit embarrassed about trying so hard.
I'm not gonna lie, I would gladly, if you just had a channel of just you begging different companies to take you to space, that was just a weekly thing, I'd be like, yeah, this is great.
I feel like I'm just gonna be like that aunt on Facebook that keeps on posting like, win a free pair of headphones for sharing this post. But I'm like, get a ticket to space.
Do you guys feel like we're in the Willy Wonka era of spaceflight? Because it feels all of a sudden we're getting that like golden ticket and you're going to space. It's like, think about it, Inspiration 4, that's what, 150 or 200 million or over $100 million prize, I guess, the divided by 4 or whatever. But like, that's got to be one of the biggest prizes in history of anything ever. And like, I feel like we're not even hearing about it publicly. It's insane. And it's like the most Willy Wonka thing in the world. And it's actually happening like this year.
I feel like it also must make space camp so much more inspiring because it's like, I mean, the older or like the younger you are, the higher the likelihood that you will get to go. And yeah, how can people support your initiative, Nico?
Yeah, if you go to yurisnight.net /scholarship, then you'll find the page with the entire story of the scholarship and a button on how to donate. And also there are actually a couple spots for families to go to camp this coming summer with the kids we send that are for auction as well. So if you want to support that way and you actually want to go to space camp yourself with your family, then that is a way to do it as well. So yeah, I think that any support would be so helpful to inspiring all these kids that have usually are told no. And it's good when they have a group of people and a support network that can tell them yes they can. So yeah, I think that that is something so beautiful. But
that's great. I'll apply and I'll just have to find a kid.
Simone, build a kid. I dare you.
Build a kid. Oh no.
If it looks anything like your ear, it'll be
Simone.
But Simone, you've made your own. You haven't built a child, but you've made your own space camp.
I did make my own space training program, which mostly involved me locking myself in my bathroom for 48 hours as like capsule or isolation training of some sort.
Analog mission.
Yeah, I mean that was kind of fun. I feel like it definitely doesn't have the full space camp experience though. I was lacking.
I've experienced a little dabble of space camp. I was there a little bit in 2018 or 20 something, I don't know, and it was awesome. So I want to go back. Maybe we all just go back as like adults, you know, and hang out and party at space camp sometime.
Sounds like a plan.
I would be into that. Very much so.
Well, thanks everyone.
Yeah,
I appreciate both of you coming on and talking about this with me.
Absolutely, Nico. Cheers and happy Yuri's Night, everyone. Hopefully next year it's in person and we can all hang out and party.
And high five.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Hug.
Crazy.
Virtual one for now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Cheers, everybody.
Bye.
Hey everyone, my name is Bailey Burns, and space is a word that is just everything I'm doing right now, from work to school to everything I do just for fun. So I'm a systems engineer at Paragon Space, and our CEO is Grant Anderson. I love all the cool things I get to do every day, but I really wanted to introduce you to Grant. So Grant, can you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit about what's going on at Paragon right now?
Hi, yeah, I'm Grant Anderson, the president and CEO and one of the co-founders of Paragon Space Development Corporation, and everything's going on at Paragon right now. Everything from fundamental development of new life support systems all the way to operating them on the space station and also getting ready to go to the moon.
That's so exciting. I absolutely love that. Can you tell us a little bit more about what's going on with maybe BPA? What's going on there?
Well, yeah, so I mentioned this thing's operating on the space station. The brine processor assembly, which is the BPA, we speak in acronyms, of course, is a urine processing system to extract the water out of the urine from the astronauts so it can be brought back in, yes, recycled, and yes, they drink it once again. So what it does is save a lot of weight and time of transporting water from Earth. So it's integral to going to the moon and going to Mars. It's big technology for that. And then there's little things too, like making sure your batteries don't burn up your airplane is also things we do at Paragon. We have a wide range of stuff. And like I said, from all the way from initial development all the way through flight.
That's really cool. And so we work on something called ECLIS. What exactly is ECLIS?
Paragon does life support, which is environmental control and life support systems, ECLIS. That includes not only the life support, breathing air, water, and handling waste and food and stuff, but also the thermal control of it. Humans like to breathe, and then they like to be right at the right temperature, and we do both of those things. And generally, they like to do it in that order too.
I mean, I guess that's pretty important. Okay, and this one's just for fun, Grant. If you could go to space, would you? And where would you go? Would you go to low Earth orbit, the moon, Mars? Where would you go?
Well, yes is the answer. I would do that. In fact, we've seen Paragon as that when you or your kids or your grandkids, depending on what age you are watching this, go to space, that you look up, you see a plaque that says this life support by Paragon, you know you're in the best hands in the world as far as life support is concerned. But Bailey, I wanted to ask you this, being an employee of mine, why are you thinking so small? Why not go to Alpha Centauri? Why only low Earth orbit, moon, or Mars? So in reality, we are looking at going that long distance, and it's a booming business right now. But yes, right now we are concentrating on low Earth orbit, moon, and Mars. And yes,
right,
I'd go to any of them.
I'm a moon girl, but it sounds like you want to go outside of this solar system, right? That's where you're going?
I have to think outside the solar system as a president and CEO of a company, but we're working on the moon right now. So Bailey, we're going to try to get you there.
That's fine by me. And I guess we'll all be living using Paragon's life support systems. Well, I can tell you, I have absolutely loved working at Paragon this last year because I feel like I get to be a part of something bigger than myself. And it's a great place as a young engineer to learn, or really any engineer or professional. And Grant, I know you know this about me. I'm not sure if everyone else does, but I really like Rubik's Cubes. And so this is what I'm thinking here. I would like you to tell everyone all the millions of reasons they should work at Paragon while I solve this Rubik's Cube. Okay?
Okay.
Okay, let's see what we can do. Ready? Go.
Okay, good life, but work-life balance. Being able to learn on the cutting edge of what people are doing, being able to work with a diverse group of people, being able to work in a company that actually allows you to do everything, so you get to see everything, you're not stovepiped into one area. And finally, just we really, really are going cool places. We have interesting stuff to work on, and it really brings meaning to your life, as well as supporting the rest of your environment. As far as we want you to live a good life and do something meaningful in life, and you'll do that at Paragon.
Oh no, I'm messing my Rubik's Cube. You're gonna have to keep going, Grant.
Oh, okay. Well, and then also I would say, you've got 3 different locations you can go to, and we're very much into being able to allow people to work where they can and work virtually. However, with hardware, of course, you want to be next to hardware because it's really cool. You're working really cool. So.
There we go. Okay. I'm sorry about that. I mixed up my Rubik's Cube too much. There we go. I got there. Well, I have to say we're doing a really great hiring event right now, and we're really excited for you to come join us. And actually, it's also Grant's birthday. So happy birthday, Grant. We're so excited that you can join us with Yuri's Night. And I guess we'll see you guys in the backstage.
Great. Go to the Kennedy Space Center. Thank you very much, Bailey.
Oh, that's cool, Darb.
That's better.
That's cool. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Hello,
space.
friends around the world. Happy 20th anniversary of Yuri's Night. My name is Dr. Ryan Kobrick. I've been rocking the planet with Yuri's Night since 2003. The following guest needs no introduction, so I feel privileged to be able to be involved in the celebration and introduce them. I first met our guests in 2008 at the International Astronautical Congress in Glasgow, Scotland. In 2010, we united Yuri's Night and the Planetary Society with a memorandum of understanding, and our guests helped kick off a worldwide video competition. You may know our next guest as the CEO of the world's largest space interest group, the Planetary Society, a renowned TV host of an Emmy Award-winning PBS children's show, science show, author of New York Times best-selling books, educator, mechanical engineer, science advocate, Netflix superstar, bow tie wearer extraordinaire. He dares mighty things, and he says even mightier things as a science communicator for us all. Please join me in welcoming to our Yuri's Night celebration, Bill Nye.
Greetings, people. Greetings, greetings, greetings. Happy Yuri's Night. And the feeling's right. So I'm so old. How old are you? I'm so old. I remember very well when Yuri Gagarin flew in 1961, and I guess it was April 12th. And so it was a heck of a thing, you guys. And looking back, it was this thing where the Soviet Union was going to take over the world. They'd flown Sputnik. They flew the sky around the world, and he seemed to be like this young, charming test pilot super guy. And the Russian or Soviet news agencies tasked at that time acted like, it's a day at the office. Communism is clearly superior to capitalism in every way. It's obvious. And so, and it had a just profound effect on the world, galvanized the world. And the reason, you can argue very well, the reason we've all met and the reason there is an internet is because there was a space race because of Yuri Gagarin. So this is cool to see everybody. It's really a heck of a thing that Loretta got this revved up so that every year we celebrate this space flight. Should I keep talking? Because, you know, all I do is talk. Mike, are you out there?
I'm here. Hey, ladies and gentlemen, Mike Mongo. Hi, Bill Nye, planetary guy.
I am he.
Greetings and salutations. Happy Yuri's Night.
Happy Yuri's Night. So the other thing that happened, I didn't find out about till years later. Do you guys get this thing? The guy flies around the Earth on essentially military rocket technology. And what's going to happen when you re-enter? Well, you know, I'm not sure. Well, you're a paratrooper. Yeah, I'm a paratrooper. I mean, speaking Russian. So he jumps out of the thing. He jumps out of the space capsule at, the numbers vary, but miles above or kilometers above the Earth's surface, like 10,000, might have been higher than that, 10,000 feet in US units, and just parachutes to Earth. And I guess the capsule comes down pretty hard. But talk about guts, you talk about confidence, you talk about that fighter pilot calm. You know, we are, tomorrow rather, we are about to experience probably the first helicopter flight on another world, which is just extraordinary. And that wouldn't have happened without the space race. But furthermore, it'll be cool. And we have many, I'm going to get it wrong, but over a dozen cameras on the Perseverance rover and the Curiosity rover still driving around. And because I'm going to claim, take full credit, the Planetary Society, no, I exaggerate, because of our continuing advocacy, there are microphones on the Perseverance rover. And if you talk to people who study planets, geologists primarily, their whole thing is mobility. They want to be able to go to see the rock they want to knock around on, knock the rind off and see what's inside. They want to get over to it. They want to look around. Well, this helicopter is going to enable us to have an even more human-like experience on this other world. But wait, there's more. That it'll be amazing. Tomorrow will be amazing because I got a feeling it'll work. I watched the test videos. You know, I'm pretty sure these people know what they're doing. But still, when there's a human out there, when there's a human flying around, somehow everything's different. And so you think about Yuri Gagarin and either his nuttiness or his just not really willing to grasp what was going on, or his extraordinary brave outlook. It's really an amazing thing that changed the world. And, you know, he wrote a letter to his wife, I may not come back, but he did. And then I guess you guys know more about it than I. He flew around for many more years as a test pilot, and eventually something went wrong.
Bill, am I on right now? Oh, hey, there we go. All right.
Yes, you are on. You know,
So
Mike,
I have a question. So you remember this flight?
Yeah, I was 5.
You were 5 years old. So, like, what sort of impact did that have on you as a 5-year-old?
Well, what it had an effect was on my parents. You know, there was this fear of the Soviet Union and this confidence that can't be right. Our system just seems to be better. We don't have a gulag. We didn't have Stalin. We didn't have this creepy whatever the KGB was or is. We didn't have that, but it immediately led to the Cold War, which had a deep effect on me. My goodness, you know, I became a mechanical engineer because I like airplanes and bicycle. And, you know, I had security clearance for a while, worked on a fighter plane for a while. And all that is derived from this space flight.
So when I was 5 years old, 4 years old, that's when it was 1969 and Neil Armstrong landed on the moon. That was the thing that made me determine that I wanted to work in space careers. And then I went and the people around me supported me in that vision. You're like a science superhero for the entire world. And so right now, because you are such an advocate for client science and us being aware of what changes are taking place, when students were looking to pursue careers in the future, who do you suggest that they surround themselves with in order to achieve these goals that you talk about? Multi-generational now.
Well, toy trains, clearly. I mean, that's really the key. I'm kidding, everybody, but this is my brother's basement where I'm visiting him, where he has collected quite a few toy trains. He could quit if he wanted to, but he doesn't. So I kid because I love. So anyway, the toy trains and the erector sets and these things were something I grew up with. And I mean, everybody says this all the time. Hands-on. We want everybody to be hands-on. We want everybody to experience physical objects, have a familiarity with them. But the other thing, the advice I give to all students and parents of students is what, Mike? Algebra. Algebra. Yeah, so algebra turns out to be, you guys, I'm going to do this because we tested it, but I think it'll get a little better. This is, we're going to try this on. Nobody leave this room. But it turns out algebra is why we have computers and Zoom calls and all these things. And algebra, by all accounts, is an indicator. It not only helps you think abstractly about numbers, but apparently it enables you to think abstractly about all sorts of things. So we encourage everybody, that's probably a little better audio, right? We encourage everybody to learn algebra. And by the way, students, if you're out there, it sucked for me too, okay? Is that what you want to know? You have to practice. There's no way around it. And believe me, Yuri Gagarin could do some flipping algebra, all right? Any astronaut from any nation has a passion for science, engineering, technology, and math, as we said. STEM. And so a big part of that is algebra. And there's no substitute for practice, since you asked.
Well, since I asked, I do have it. So when I was learning algebra, I had some terrible algebra teachers, and they made me struggle. And then
And look, you're fine now.
I found the algebra teacher that communicated to me.
What year were you in school at that point?
I actually was in college when I finally got algebra.
Cool. Well, yeah, good. That's
when
great.
I finally understood it.
Yeah, that's great, man. And so the other thing is you want to hang out with people that also like science, technology, engineering, and math. And the thing that's around, or the acronym that's around right now is quite appropriate, is STEAM: Science, Technology, Engineering, Art, and Math. And I'm all for it, man. When you think about space exploration, why is it you do it? Why do we do it? And the answer is, in Yuri Gagarin's day, the answer was to prove technical prowess and to develop a culture of technical achievement in the Soviet Union, which led to a culture of technical achievement in the States and Canada and so on. But the reason you want to explore is to answer these two deep questions that Bruce Murray, who was the founder of the Planetary Society, went on to be the head of the Jet Propulsion Lab. I guess he was head of the Jet Propulsion Lab first. Anyway, he said all the time, there's two questions. Where did we come from? And are we alone? Is there somebody else out there thinking thoughts about thinking, epistemology, or whatever the heck it is? And so justified true beliefs and so on. And
so right now,
that to me is art.
When people talk about those questions right now, we get to figure out how to fund the space program. So when I'm communicating with students, the thing that why I encourage students to pursue space careers is because we can solve all the challenges we face on Earth, including energy, health, justice, equity, diversity, inclusion, even the illusion of scarcity, by solving for space. And one of the things we can solve for is all of these global climate changes.
So, you guys, I'm of a certain age, but I will argue strongly that climate change on Earth was discovered by what Carl Sagan called all the time comparative planetology. So if you look at the climate of Mars and the climate of Venus, you realize the importance of carbon dioxide in a planetary atmosphere. And it was in the 1980s, after Sagan and Pollack published this paper that was, that's one-dimensional enough, but they're predicting the problems you'd have if you set off every nuclear weapon in the world at the same time. And it's akin to the problems you have if you let the Earth get hit with an asteroid. Probably only get one of those if a big asteroid. So if you want to get funding for the space program, Mike, Mongo,
yes,
join the Planetary Society, people. So we do three things. I know it's Yuri's night. We're talking about Yuri. Way to go, Yuri. Yes, yes, yes. But the Planetary Society is a derivative of Yuri Gagarin's spaceflight. Here's what we do. We do three things. We educate or inform. We got people like you and me and Loretta talking about space, getting people engaged. I really encourage everybody to check us out online at planetary.org. If you're a kid, check out planetary.org/kids. Okay. Then the second thing we do is planetary defense, as it's called nowadays, keeping the Earth from getting hit with an asteroid. Very low probability event, very high consequence, which you only probably get one. And looking for asteroids is like looking for a piece of charcoal in the dark. It is not easy to find, but we have the technology and we can certainly develop a means to give one a nudge if that should be necessary. Then the third thing we do is we advocate, especially here in the States. We go to the U.S. Congress. We just had our day of action, which this year was virtual. Next year we'll be in the U.S. Congress, in the U.S. Capitol, interviewing or speaking with our congressional representatives. No matter where you're from in the U.S. or around the world, you can come to the Capitol near the end of March and meet with congressmen, congresswomen, and senators and talk to them about what you feel is important in space. And in general, the people who join the Planetary Society think that planetary exploration is so important because Yuri Gagarin, people on the space station, They do extraordinary things, and they are extraordinary people, to be sure. You know, it's like, how many marathons have you run this week? And they've all run 4, you know, and how many PhDs do you have? They've all got 3 or something. But
well, I want to say thank you for making space and science so accessible for
it's
everyone.
so cool. Come on, what's more
Yeah,
fun than
with the
space?
Planetary Society
So,
and being our living science superhero,
oh,
Bill
thank
Nye.
you, Mike. Come on, man. But anyway, so check us out, because we communicate, we innovate, and we advocate. And so also check us out. Light Sail 2, a dream of Carl Sagan's, is flying right now. And something we intended to do at a reasonable level was take cool pictures, but we have taken extraordinary pictures. And so check them out on our website. And the reason I mention it is because every astronaut, Yuri Gagarin, John Glenn, everybody, Sally Ride, everybody, Leland Melvin, everybody talks about the feeling they get when they're in orbit.
The overview effect.
The overview effect. And so I'll claim that Light Sail 2, the cameras, which are built by the Aerospace Corporation at the end of the runway at LAX, Los Angeles International, the cameras are so cool. The pictures really are something. So thank you all for including me on Yuri's Night. I am, of course, a big fan. The Planetary Society, we are a big part of the Yuri thing. And if you don't want to be an astronaut, think about it. Of course you do. Come on, how cool would it be? And then if you want to work in aerospace, you guys, come on, what's cooler than airplanes and rockets? I mean, not much. Maybe genetics. Okay. But all of that is involved in space. And if you're an educator, Mike, I claim anything you want to teach about with respect to science, biology, general biology, botany, zoology, genetics, evolutionary biology, physics, chemistry, astrobiology, psychology,
design,
sociology, all of those things are involved in space exploration. So thank you all very much. Now let's get out there and celebrate Yuri's Night, and dare I say,
Yuri's Night, Bill.
change the world. Happy Yuri's Night. The feeling's right. Carry on.
Thank you so much, Loretta. I am so excited to be here with 2 absolutely astounding humans, Dr. Cyan Proctor and Hillary Combe. Cyan, I am so excited for you. I can hardly believe it. How does it feel to know that you're going to space on the first all-civilian mission?
Woo, woo. Can't believe it. Yuri's Night celebration dance. I'm going to space. I am still in shock that this has happened. It's amazing. I'm so excited. It's a dream come true, something that I've wanted my entire life. And now it is here and it's a reality. So the inspiration for mission is really the brainchild of Jared Isaacman. And he's this just amazing person who has been very successful in the business world and wanted to go to space. And then my seat that I won is the prosperity seat. And Jared, being a business person, he wanted to show that how can you be an inspirational entrepreneur. And so he said, open up a Shift for Shop on this platform, and then create a Twitter video about why you are an inspirational entrepreneur. And so I thought, well, I've been working on becoming a space artist. So I had been sharing that on social media, and people really liked it, and they kept asking for pieces. And I was like, I don't have a way for you to buy it yet. And so it was the perfect opportunity for me to show my entrepreneurial spirit there. But then to create my video, I did a poem and showed my poetry side. And I was fortunate, out of all of these amazing people, to be the one to win, to get that golden ticket.
This is what's so crazy to me, because I've been talking for just the last couple of years about this new era of private space travel and the doorway that is opening up to the rest of us. And the fact that you were selected is just like extra stunning to me. You know, it's not just here, it's like our community.
It's us. Yeah. It is. And that's what makes this so exciting, is the fact that you're taking 4 civilians and we're putting them in this complex spacecraft, and we're going to go on the space mission for 3 days, and we're going to be able to do some amazing things as a result of the Dragon capsule being autonomous. To, you know, that's just one of those things where it's an amazing, what I call new space that is opening up.
So you got the no call from NASA after you checked all of those boxes, right? Pilot, scuba license, scientist, all the things were there. And then when you got the call from Jared, I don't know how much he knew about your background, because in your inspiration for a video, he knew you as a poet and an artist. You didn't mention anything else about your amazing qualifications. And I just want to know from you what it was like to get that call and know that it was you, the authentic you, that they said yes to.
Well, Mary Liz, I got to say that you have helped me develop my authentic artist voice. You know, we became friends in the last year, and we have talked about, we've had these conversations about being confident. And I remember you saying to me when I say, when I become an artist, and you're like, no, you are an artist. and getting that, finding my voice and feeling validated in that voice. And it was this turnaround that has happened, which is really unique in the sense that I did put my video out there as an artist, and I didn't say, I'm a geologist and all of these other things, and that I've been training in Mars and Moon simulations, because to me, that's not what mattered. What mattered was this whole idea of finding my space to inspire. And my space, what I realized is that my geology background and my education background and my photography and video editing and my love of exploring and all of those things, well, what they've done is enabled me to unlock my authentic voice through art and poetry. And so they enhanced that. But what's true to my core, and when you're talking about being authentic, was finding my voice through creativity as an artist. And I remember, I think we talked about this last year, how I felt just kind of liberated in a sense that, this weight taken off, because I was searching and thinking, and I got to be a scientist. And my dad had, was very much on you be a scientist. And then we're taught to think a certain way and act a certain way. And, I can't be an artist. And then to shed that and be like, I can be an artist, and I can take all of that knowledge and I can put it into my art, and I can express myself through poetry.
Do you have ideas about what you expect to take with you, or how you might translate this experience that you're going to have?
Oh, I have so many ideas. So I want to do watercolors, and I'm actually working on my list of things right now, but I want to take a set of watercolors to space. And when we think about, okay, that requires water. So how can you paint? And they have now these watercolor pens that you fill up with water and then you squeeze them and the water will go down to the tip, which should allow me to do this. But I don't know. I'm so excited to try, right? And then I'm going to take up art that I've already made. And so this is a really special piece because Richard Garriott took this down to the Challenger Deep with him just last month. And so this has been to the bottom of the Marianas Trench. It's my artwork that I call Seeker. And I wrote a poem to go with it. And I'm going to take this piece with me up into space. So it will have gone from the Marianas Trench all the way out to Hubble. And then I'm going to donate it to St. Jude to auction off to help raise the 200 million and make our target.
And I'm so excited that you are the one that gets to usher in this new era of private space travel that is allowing poets and artists and people of all kinds to now go to space. And I want to just introduce Hillary Ko, who for the last 3 years, is that right? You were the design director at SpaceX and is just one of the most incredible storytellers and humans that I know. And I'll just quickly say before she steals the mic and gets all humble on me that she's responsible for, I would say, I would really highly argue, our very favorite moments of spaceflight for the last 3 years. So with that said, I just want to say, Hillary, thank you. And what can you say about the work that you and the team at SpaceX have done to set up this crazy new era?
Well, as you cued me up to be humble, it was very much not single-handedly myself in any way, shape, or form. It is an obnoxious team at SpaceX of people willing to spend nights and weekends and nights again. And I can't tell you the amount of effort it takes to go beyond the complexity of NASA requirements and to be able to draw beyond just the baseline, which, as we know for decades, is such a complex system to be able to work within, right? So to be able to kind of take that and go beyond that and start to explore, what if you use James Turrell as the reference for lighting, as our wonderful industrial designer Anthony did for Dragon? Like, what happens when you're taking that entire experience from when the astronauts are training and what that looks like, what that feels like, what are they interfacing with to launch day? Like spending hours trying to convince the fabric makers and the vendors and the people making budgets that like all of the support staff of commercial crews should be wearing black. And yes, they will look like space ninjas, but that's the whole point. Like the whole point is to present these astronauts as these glowing white magical beings that are just sweeping through and, oh, pad 39A, like, let's make that black. Like let's create the stage in every step of the way. Like the brilliant white Pegasus Tesla and these angels coming out and ascending to their spaceship. Like all of this was so painstakingly concepted because I think we all fell in love with the idea of being able to tell that story that inspired all of us growing up as fiction and making that a reality, right? For people in the space community, I feel like we all feel that same way, right? Where we're all these giddy, nerdy, awkward children still who are playing in this space, but we've been given permission to do it as grown-ups, right? And to make this real. I mean, science going there. Like I've been able to play a very small role in this very big part of history in human storytelling. And like, if I knew that when I was staring up at the stars with my dad when I was 6 years old, I mean, I wouldn't have believed it.
what was that moment, Hillary, for you when you were totally outside of aerospace and you just recalled your love of Carl Sagan and astronomy? And like, what was your inner voice was just that loud that day, or what was that moment like?
I just saw such an opportunity, and I saw all of these very inspiring companies, SpaceX included, who were really taking aim and firing hard at how we are going to get there cheaper, more efficiently, how we are going to say screw it to the bureaucracy that's been there, and we're going to redefine how we take control of this industry. And I'm sitting here going, okay, great, from an engineering perspective, but what about the human experience? We're sitting here talking about being able to put people on a spacecraft like a Delta flight, and yet what, they're going to be hanging out in a tin can? And this is how we are going to be driving inspiration for the future of human exploration. So that's where I kind of found my passion, not in like the inspiration of what was, but in the deficit of what wasn't, but what should be and what could be. And as artists, as both of you know, that's part of our superpower, is not necessarily just like being able to envision these beautiful things, but seeing where we could be able to be problem solvers on the fundamental level. Like, it's not just to me about telling a beautiful story, which I think, by the way, you and Ryan and Cosmic Perspective have some of the most beautiful slow motion with these cinematic music sequences. And it's like, it brings me to tears every time. Like, I'm influenced by you in terms of that. But I think back to the point at hand, it's seeing the possibilities and seeing that problem that needs to be solved. I couldn't ignore it anymore. It got to the point where I was like, we're at the precipice of this great human effort. It's not just bringing satellites up to the stars anymore. Like, this is bringing Cyan up to the stars. So it was just like, okay, how do we one up this? Like, where can I insert myself to make it that much better? And thank God to have such an amazing group of people that were willing to put in the nights, the weekends, the extra beyond the NASA requirements to really make that the future that we all want to see in this industry. I think one of the really incredible things, Mary Liz, that you and your partner Ryan have done is that you guys have put it on the line, right? Like, you up and moved everything that you were to come to this place in the middle of nowhere that is the new frontier for human spaceflight.
For us as storytellers, and for us as people that are constantly thinking in longer scales of time and space, like, we're always thinking, oh my God, 20 years, 10 years from now, 20 years from now, humans are going to look back on this moment and say, oh my God, what was it like then? And so Ryan and I see ourselves as these historians, if you will. We're telling the story for the future of the magical time that we're living in. And then the beauty of it is that we're sharing it now, and it's getting people excited about it now and awe-inspired by what we get to witness on a daily basis. So while I'm always so excited about the far-fetched future and what that city will look like on Mars and how we'll behave on Mars, I am so incredibly grateful that we get to be here at this transitional moment. Yeah, I would rather be nowhere else. I want to thank Loretta Whitesides not only for letting us do this and for putting on this beautiful birthday party, this amazing anniversary celebration, but also for putting her heart and soul into SpaceKind.
We have all come together through SpaceKind training. I know for me, it was transformative. And it's really where I started thinking about not only where I wanted to go and how I wanted to represent myself, especially with the art and Afrofuturism, but also the people that I met and my space buddies. And I feel like you also had that same kind of experience.
I experienced some wild transformations throughout that process. The best part really was the community. Here is a video that she made about this wonderful training program that she's now offering to the world. Thank you. And thank you, Cyan and Hillary.
Thank
Thank you.
When I was in graduate school at Caltech, I had everything going for me. I was on track to be selected to be an astronaut, maybe even the first woman to walk on the moon. The only problem was I was miserable. Luckily, my JPL mentor intervened. He helped me see that even walking on the moon wouldn't be a big enough achievement to help me like who I was, help me feel like enough. I realized that was the mission that I was going to have to complete first. My most important journey. A journey I've been on for the last 20 years. That's why I launched Space Kind. It's a new kind of space training. It helps you not only get to space, but like the person you are when you get there. Because who we are when we get to space, it's going to set a precedent for generations to come. Feels like this is a really important time for humanity. We have an incredible opportunity to use the move into space to make some critical course corrections in how we treat ourselves, how we treat each other, and how we treat our home planet. We're not passengers here. This is a spaceship. That's our windshield. It's got a pretty epic view of the galaxy. We don't treat it like that. It's time for us to step up and become crew of Spaceship Earth. Come join us. Come begin your own hero's journey. Fulfill your dreams and become the person you've always wanted to be. Our next course starts on May the 4th. Come train alongside me as we both prepare for our first space flights. And do it soon, because we need more awesome crew for this magnificent Spaceship Earth.
First off, hi, how are you?
Hi. It's good to see you. Yeah, no, this is so strange. This is why we're coming together for reasons I don't think we ever thought were going to be a reason why we talk to each other again. That's just so cool. So neat.
You're an astronaut in training. Like, that's just incredible.
Right. It blows my mind every time.
You were a space supporter. You've worked at camp helping kids to realize their dream and to put them on the front of the stage. But now suddenly you're on the front of the stage. You're the one that has to be out in front, getting the accolades and doing the speeches and things. It seems like that's a big shift to take from being the person that's holding everybody else up to being the person that's being shoved out into the middle of the stage. How has that been for you, that transition, to be suddenly thrust into the spotlight and be the famous guy?
You're right. Around space, I've been the one that has been promoting, allowing other people to pursue these big ideas and big dreams of getting more people, more specifically, as more Americans, when I was lobbying in Congress into space, on asteroids, all those different kinds of crazy ideas. But in order to do any of that, there were some serious legal hurdles and legislative requirements that had to be changed. And so part of the group that I was working with while in college was to really help make that change. And we literally walked the halls of Congress to talk to them, flipping the whole script, and now being someone who's going to get to be able to take advantage of those changes and those volunteers' efforts. It's so incredible. And being the first to also be in space, I mean, it's really cool that we get to support St. Jude in this too. I mean, doing two good things at once. I mean, we're supporting St. Jude Children's Research Hospital on this mission, and we're also opening the door up for letting us fly into space, and which is just it's incredible. I don't know. That's I'm getting tingle. I'm granted it's cold outside, and I got my coat on and got my warm coffee. I'm getting goosebumps just from thinking about that.
What is that like for you to move and know that, to move into that space and know that you'll be the one that they want up speaking in front of the groups that you used to be a part of? Is that something you've thought about? Is that something you've envisioned yet?
Gosh, 555 people that have flown into space during their space wings, and to know that I'm going to be one of them, and people are looking to me for answers to their questions and their curiosities, and that I'm the one that they want to talk to. I've only really known that I'm going to space for about 4 weeks now, maybe 3.5 weeks now. So yeah, it is trying to wrap that around, getting a hold of that in my mind is hard. It's a challenge for sure. And I think this is one of the bigger challenges I've had in this whole entire mission so far. It's not about learning the systems of Dragon or understanding the safe procedures or trying to understand what it's going to feel like as we launch or re-enter and do the centrifuge training or whatnot like that. That's not the scary part. The scary part is knowing that people are looking to me in a way they haven't before. I mean, I literally in college was the one holding and directing the spotlight, for events on stage and moving that around and doing the stage production. It's humbling. I mean, it really is. I don't feel like I did anything different than anybody else does that just kind of cares about our world a little bit. I donated to St. Jude and I got my name selected. And that was just kind of by sheer luck.
You're the avatar for everybody else that was just a hopeful, and you carry all the hopes and dreams of space advocates out there with you.
That's a big responsibility. Thanks, Tim. I appreciate that. I think we're using this mission to really inspire everyone to pursue their dreams, and that please pay this generosity that was afforded to me to go on this space flight towards other people. Be inspired to be kind to one another. Because when I look down at space, I'm hoping to see through that beautiful new giant window that we have, that there won't be any walls or political lines on the map, that we'll just see these incredible opportunity for us to show kindness, generosity to one another, and being able to see what that feels like when I'm up there. I'm going to bring that message back and share that feeling with all of you guys. So keep following us and have a great night. I hope this is a great event for everyone.
Thank you. You've gotten good at this. You're getting this down, these paces.
A little practice, right? Yeah. Thank you, Tim.
Oh, so great. What a great show. We've got Bill Nye, we've got Cyan Proctor, and Tim now interviewing Chris. It's just heartwarming. I'm so honored that you're all here and that everyone's been a part of the show with us. We're very excited. We have a very special guest coming up next. At Yuri's Night, we have a tradition. We give the Spirit of Yuri's Night Award every year. And we give it to somebody who's really helped make space cool, help bring together art and science and bring our message to the world in a really special way. And we were thinking about who we wanted to give it this year. And Tim and I have flown a lot in weightlessness. That's how we met. We worked for Zero Gravity Corporation as a crew. And when we saw OK Go's Upside Down, Inside Out video that they shot in one take on a Russian parabolic flight, we thought, oh my God, this is incredible. And we've got to work with these folks. So we're going to roll the video that was the inspiration for the award, and then we'll keep telling, Tim will pick it up and keep telling the story about how we got the chance to work with OK Go this year. So let's see. Oh, Upside Down, Inside Out.
Upside down and inside out. you can feel it. Don't know where your eyes are, but they're not doing what you said. Don't know where your mind is, baby, but you're better off without it. Inside down and upside out when you can feel it. Don't stop, can't stop until you feel it going down. I wish I had said the things you thought that I had said. Gravity's just a habit that you're pretty sure you can't break. So when you met the new you, were you scared? Were you cold? Were you kind? Yeah, when you met the new you, did someone die inside? Don't stop, can't stop, it's like a freight train. Don't stop, can't stop until you feel it going down. Don't know where your eyes are, but they're not doing what you said. Don't know where your mind is, baby, but you're better off without it. Looks like it's time to decide. Are you here? Are you now? Is this it? All of those selves that you tried, wasn't one of them good enough? Cause you're upside down and inside out, you can feel it. Inside down and upside out, you can feel it, feel it. Don't stop, can't stop, it's like a freight train. Don't stop, can't stop till you feel it going down. I wish I had said the things you thought that I had said. Gravity's just a habit that you're pretty sure you can't break. Upside down, inside out, and you can feel it. Don't stop, can't stop until you feel it going down. Upside down, inside out, and you can feel it. Don't stop, can't stop until you feel it going down.
Wow, that was an amazing, mind-blowing video. That always gets me excited. It's great to see somebody else getting to do amazing parabolic flights. I've been on about 300, 350 of those flights, but I think our next guest is getting up there and trying to compete with me for the most parabolic flight time. We have Damian Kulash coming from the band OK Go. Damian, welcome to Yuri's Night.
Thanks for having me. It's exciting.
It is exciting. I know you've probably seen that video a million times and talked about it, but how many flights did it take you to get that whole thing down in a single take?
It took 21 flights. Let's see, 15 parabolas per flight. And what you see there is 8 parabolas. So we could do 7 parabolas of trial and error and testing before we had to commit for the last 8. But I think, let's see, if I recall, it's a couple years ago now, but if I recall, we only tried to get real takes for, I think it was 4 of those 21 flights, or maybe it was 6 of those 21 flights. Basically, we were able to afford 21 flights, and we split them up over 3 weeks and used 1 for total freeform exploration, 1 for choreography, and 1 for trying to get it.
That's a whole lot of flying, and that's a whole lot of practice that you have to do. I think doing parabolic flight and watching that in the back of my mind, not only the cleanup that you have to do after each take, but the amount of preparation it takes to do things in a weightless environment is really lost on a lot of people who haven't tried to do something well choreographed. So when I hear about astronauts going on a spacewalk and they need years to prep for that, it makes a lot more sense when you've tried to do something that's really technically hard in a weightless environment. So kudos to you for putting forth an amazing amount of effort.
Thank you very much. I mean, I can't say that, opening a suitcase full of balls is really that technically hard. Luckily, when you're just sort of like goofing off and dancing around, as long as you look like you meant to do it, you did. So it's not quite as mission critical as what those scientists are training for, but still it does take a lot of practice. And what I found interesting is the magical part of it is very unruly. And very unsubtle. Like things that float, it's incredible. Like everything floats, and that's amazing. And it's very hard to get anything to do anything other than just sort of random float. Like trying to get anything to like follow an order, it just sort of like everything does the same trick, which is like, but it was really, it was really, 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 really fun to make that.
It's fun to watch people who have not been on a flight make a plan for all the things they're going to do during the flight. And they say, well, I'm going to get this, and I'm going to put it here. And none of it goes the way that they think it's going to. And they accomplish 3 out of their 40 things that they wanted to get done.
I'd be shocked to even see 3. Every time I saw someone do it for the first time, they just start doggy paddling, because your gut instinct is to act like you're in water. Yeah. And you can't, you of course have, it does nothing. You have it doesn't work out.
I do a lot of yelling, no swimming. That's one of the things that we tell people when we have them on the 0G plane. And I think you've flown with us on the 0G as a prep. We take their shoes away because we don't want anybody to have hard, clunky shoes or heels kicking somebody else with them. So we have everybody in socks. The whole interior is padded. It's very safe. But yeah, even people that know better. I found myself when I'm away from a handhold and I say, I know I'm almost there. If I just grab a little bit, physics doesn't work that way at all. But the videos are so amazing that you do, and especially that one for explaining physics and for showing how physics really works. And one of the reasons that we wanted to award you this Yuri's Night, Spirit of Yuri's Night award this year was because of the work that you've been doing with a platform called OK Go Sandbox in conjunction with the University of St. Thomas. And we're super proud to award you the 2020 award to OK Go. Woo!
Woo! Yay! I have a picture of it here.
Cool award. I know you don't have it there. All right. There's the, yes. So it's a MOVA globe. You see the giant Earth that's over there. Oh, I love that you have the whole collection.
I already had the whole collection, and I got another one in the mail. I'm like, what? Oh my gosh, it's the award.
And it's the big one. So I have one here that's the moon. So for everybody that doesn't know what these are, it's a model of the planet, but it actually moves on its own. So when the sunlight shines onto these MOVA globes, they just start rotating. There's no battery in them or anything. It's just a cool thing that you can watch a celestial body moving around on a shelf or on your desk. It's a fantastic talking piece. So we're really proud to have those as our award, and we thank MOVA Globes for sponsoring that piece of it. And we're really excited to be able to give this to you, not just because you did 21 parabolic flights and an amazing video, but because you use that. And Bill Nye said that we can use space to explain all these other things to students and get people excited about science when he was on a few minutes ago. But I think you've done the same thing, but with your art, and you've taken these music videos on the OK Go Sandbox site and used them as the basis for lesson plans and for really getting students excited and for giving teachers the tools that they need to take your videos and then explain all the physics behind them, or the art or choreography and those types of things. Where did that idea come from to do the sandbox?
It came from teachers. We for years, excuse me, sorry, I have young toddlers, so I'm always tired. It's not you. For years we've been getting these amazing emails from teachers saying, that rock and roll video you made, by the way, I use it for blank. And it's always something we never would have expected. It's hard enough to get a video to work. You're definitely not thinking, let me see how I can explain simple machines, or whether or not like drag is well explained by this. So to see that our work has sort of gone out in the world and done something more than just make people feel good, but that's actually it's actually doing the much more heroic work of education. It feels like, well, if we can do something, if we can contribute to something that meaningful sort of by accident, the least we can do is help support it. So when I met Dr. Anne-Marie Thomas at the Playful Learning Lab, I was like, how do we reach these teachers? And she was like, well, that's easy. We just do a big survey. So with her help, we did this survey of a few thousand teachers who told us exactly what they wanted, and we just try to make it. And it's, we obviously have a fairly full-time job doing the thing we were already doing, but I have to say, this is an incredibly satisfying part of what we do now, because all of these things we've spent years making and loving are having they've sort of like, it's like they've grown up themselves, like songs from 20 years ago or 15 years ago, it's often very hard for me to listen to. But these videos, it's like they're not just my past now. They're actually teaching tools for young kids and their future. So it's really, really, really fun. And we actually have a brand new project with them that I know you guys have collaborated with us on this year, which I have yet to see. So I'm seeing it for the first time along with you tonight, which I'm pretty excited about.
Oh, that's exciting. Yeah, we've been working along with you. I know we came into this, I knew Anne-Marie Thomas as well, and that's how we ended up getting to you. And when she proposed this project, part of what drew me, not just to you guys in general, but to the OK Go Sandbox, was that you had already done this art in space project, where I knew that you had taken postcards from kids around the world and sent them up on Blue Origin to actually be able to take them up to space. And I thought that was such an amazing way to use your platform, again, to do something transformative that other people weren't doing. And give kids an immediate access to space. And
well, something. Sorry to interrupt you, but like something that I think is really, I didn't hear what Bill and I said, but to try to expand on what I think he was saying. What's amazing about space is it's the place beyond all of the our dumb categorizations. It's the place where where science and art are the same thing. It's the place where rationalism and religion are the same thing. It's the place where humanism can barely touch, and it's really good for helping to inspire us across those boundaries, because we often think of space as sort of the domain of math and science, but it's really the domain of imagination too, and I remember being at the very large assembly building, what's called the where they used to
assembly building.
Yeah, thank you. The vehicle assembly building, and where they used to put the space shuttle back together, and it's essentially an 80-something story building, but it's only 3 stories, because the stories are 70 stories tall, and my experience in there was more like being in a cathedral than any cathedral I've ever been in. It's like you realize that these highly technical and highly mathematical and highly planned things are also the craziest, most lunatic, most sort of like preposterous ideas that humans have ever had, and that there's no reason why art should be in this box, and literature in that, and science in that, and math in that, because it really, like, when people are genuinely, truly inspired, it all comes from the same place. And so when Blue Origin gave us the opportunity to let kids make art projects in space, it was like, well, this is how we break from now, where we think of space as the 60s science project, to the future that it really holds for all.
Thank you. If I had prepped you for what does Yuri's Night stand for and why would we give someone a Spirit of Yuri's Night award, I wouldn't have written it as well as you just did. So thank you. That's right on the money as far as what we try to do with Yuri's Night events, is blend art and music and science and culture together and show that we do have one world and one humanity that we're taking with us out into the stars. And I appreciate so much the work that you do to make that accessible to kids, not just through your videos, but literally by having them send something up into space on Blue Origin. And through this new project that we did, the art together now, that you put together during quarantine while everyone's separated, OK Go, the band, did a video and did music to this song, but then to be able to release that to other people and let them, so this has been a collaborative art and music project as well that we put together.
Yeah, so the original song is called All Together Now, and it was written and recorded in the first few weeks of the pandemic last March, and we got a lot of different covers and different people sort of like responding to it, and schools and teachers asking if they could get the sheet music and that kind of stuff. And we realized, what was interesting about this song for us is that we had to record it in our separate homes and sew them all together. And that really this was an opportunity, a teaching opportunity for that type of collaborative artwork in general. So we put out this call for people to just send us their versions of the music and draw frames of animation with us. And we thought we'd maybe get enough material for a video, and instead it's going to be 6 different videos because 20,000 kids wound up drawing things for these videos. And if I'm not mistaken, about 3,000 of them have become the video that you guys then used a praxinoscope, right, a zoetrope with mirrors to create a real physical video from. And the music that we're about to hear is I think it's about 200 musicians and singers all edited together by this amazing editor named Luc Toujours. And these are all people we've never met and all people who just sent stuff in, and it's all sort of been sewn together. So I'm really excited this is the first time I'm seeing it all come together. So it's exciting.
And we were excited to have a part to play in that. I have some friends at a company called Building Momentum here locally. They were the ones that first, you had mentioned the idea of a zoetrope, which for people that don't know is that old school animation where you look through and as something goes around, it looks like it's moving. Quickly learned that didn't work for video and had to do this praxiloscope thing that I still don't know how to pronounce, but it's mirrors that are on it, and edit the video in a completely different way and pivot a whole bunch of times, which I think is again, that's art and that's science, right? We try something, we figure out if it works, and then we go to something else. So even the project itself is an amazing science project, even though it's a collaborative art project. So I'm really excited.
Well, and if I'm not mistaken, the basically every card, we had an animator come up with the framework, and then every frame of that has been drawn in individually by a separate person, all of whom just wrote into the website and said they wanted to send us a card, we'll fill it in. And all of the ones that have been in this zoetrope, praxinoscope, are also being sent to space. They're going with I think it's Club for the Future, I think is what Blue Origin has, and it's a Blue Origin's project where they take people's postcards and send them to space and bring them back. So all of these will go to space before they go back to to the people who sent them in the first place.
And I think this is the first time those people are hearing that. That was big news to them, is that these postcards that you're about to see flickering past you in this video are going to space, and they're going to be able to get a piece of space-flown art that they created back in the mail. So thank you so much for being here with us late at night. Thank you for all of the amazing work that you've been doing to blend art and science and make it accessible. We appreciate you, and we look forward to the new projects that you're doing. Thank you for letting us have a role to play in this incredible video. And we are so proud to have you as one of our Spirit of Yuri's Night award winners.
Thank you so much. We're very, very, very honored. And I hope people enjoy the sneak peek. All 6 of the videos will be coming out the week, I think it's of April 26th. The others are all still being compiled right now as we speak. But we're really honored to get the award. Thank you. What you guys are doing is amazing, and can't wait to see this.
All right, roll the video.
Everything's untouched, but forever changed. Everything's untouched, everything's untouched, but forever changed.
All the colors we painted yesterday, they look so different now. no different somehow. Though they're all still the same. Everything's untouched, but forever changed. Everywhere on earth, every single soul, everyone there is all together now. And everyone alone, all together on the precipice. All that mattered then, all that matters now, all that matters after the world shuts down. All of it dissolved, all together in the chrysalis. Together in the chrysalis. Nothing changes until one day it does.
Then there's no going back.
Our best selves and our worst selves
Live in that moment there. Sparring over who draws to new man.
who know their lives may look the same. Everything depends on who wins that game. Everywhere on earth, every single soul, everyone there is all together now. And everyone alone, all together on the precipice. All that matters then, all that matters now, all that matters after the world shuts down. All of it dissolved, all together in the chrysalis. Together in the chrysalis.
All together now, all together now, all together alone in the chrysalis. We're all together now, all together now, all together alone in the chrysalis. We're all together now, all together now, all together alone in the chrysalis. We're all together now, all together now, all together alone in the chrysalis. We're all together now, all together now, all together alone in the chrysalis. We're all together now, all together now, all together alone in the chrysalis. All together now, we're all together alone.
Sorry. I guess this is the part of the show where I cry. That was so good. So my goal for this night and for this experience for all of you was that people experience being brought to their knees with awe. So I hope we've accomplished that with you. Accomplished it with me. So I'm bid on behalf of Tim Dodd and Simone. If you want, you could send them six. They want, sounds like they wanted to go. So that's an option. Or you could go with them. You could say, hey, I'll go with you, Tim Dodd. Because it's the package gets you four seats in that weekend. And all the proceeds from our auction go to the scholarship that we're raising money for. And if that link doesn't work, go to yuri.net/livestream. There's definitely a link to the auction there. We've got incredible artwork. We've got incredible alcohol. We've got incredible experiences, a tour of Napa, as well as Frank White's first edition book signed by him, sent to you, jewelry, and space memorabilia, and one of Josh's beautiful glass planets. Sorry, I'm trying to think and be overcome by emotion at the same time. That never works for me. Okay, transitioning now. So, and we're, like I said, we're still not done. We still have more amazing. We still haven't had Michael Frondion. Okay, so next, we've had the privilege of working with a lot of the constellation astronauts like Ron Garan and Katie Coleman and Leland Melvin. And they've been working with a film producer named Guy Reed, and he's made the movies Planetary and Planetary and Overview, if you've seen those documentaries. And right now he's working on a new short that they're going to play at COP26, which is the sort of international gathering of world leaders to talk about like saving the planet. It's pretty much what they do. And they've done one video for them before with the Association of Space Explorers to inspire the world, inspire world leaders with astronauts speaking. And now they're going back and they've interviewed 47 different space explorers to implore world leaders. So we don't have quite enough. We have plenty of astronauts on Yuri's Night. We don't quite have enough cosmonauts. I'm remiss in getting enough cosmonauts into the show. So I asked Guy, I'm like, can we get Sergei Krikalev, because he is the he's the cosmonaut's cosmonaut. He's the coolest guy. He was in space when the Soviet Union transitioned to being Russia, and so he came back to a different country when he landed. I mean, he's just had an extraordinary experience. He spent over 800 days in space, and so we're very excited to share with you compliments of Guy Reed and the Planetary Collective, a little taste of what they're creating for the COP26 world leaders this fall, with a snippet from Sergei Krikalev's interview.
For general public, probably most important to understand that we all are crew of one big spacecraft, like Earth. We have closed loop system on Earth. It's pretty complex and a lot of biological event happened. We use energy of wind and all these forests and ocean clean up the air and let us live and next generation to live. The majority of people who flew in space, they return back and saying, hey, we were in the same planet. We used to take care of life support system on the spacecraft, and we understand that in many cases it's critical. If something fails, you may have a trouble very quickly. Being on this big spacecraft, understanding that we are not living in endless surface when you can move from one place to another if this place is not good for living anymore. Earth is big, but it's limited. Still, surface of the Earth is limited, and our capability to use natural resources also limited. We need to take care of our life environment, and we should do this together. We need to agree, find a way for agreement, and be together and work together.
Beautiful. And so now I am very excited to introduce our next guest. And he's a longtime friend of spaceflight. I met him years ago, got to take him on a tour of the Virgin Galactic factory, and then he got to go see him in concert with some of our folks. And Michael Franti's just been a big supporter of what we do, and so I asked him if he would play his space song, "Earth from Outer Space," for our show tonight, and he agreed. So I am very proud and excited to share with you our very own Michael Franti.
Hey, what's up, everybody? It's me here, Michael Franti, and welcome to the 60th anniversary of Yuri's flight. And I feel just really blessed to be here today. I wrote a song a few years ago called Earth from Outer Space. And where it came from was I was staying in a hotel right across the street from the United Nations in New York. And on the United Nations TV channel, this program came on. It was a film documentary about our astronauts' first impressions as they would fly out into space, and as the spaceship would turn around, and as they would see Earth from outer space for the first time. And each of them told very similar stories about how it just took their breath away and how they saw the beauty of this one planet, and how the exterior layer of Earth, this tiny little membrane that is Earth's atmosphere, just how fragile it is and how important it is that just that's the only thing that is protecting Earth from the rays of the sun, and how just fragile it is, how beautiful it is. And it also made them all feel as though we have to be on the side of goodness as we explore space, and that we have a moral imperative to be ones who are speaking up, not to use space as another territory to divide, but to use space travel as an opportunity to bring people together, to show people that oneness of Earth, to show people the fragility of our nation planet, and to be able to use the science and technology that we achieve in these endeavors to better life on Earth, or better life on other planets that we may go to visit or to inhabit in the future. And in the hopes that as we grow and as our kids and their kids have space travel become a part of their everyday experience, that it's a healthy place for people. And that's what this song is about. And it's really remarkable to me that the first color photographs of Earth weren't taken until 1967. So if you imagine the 100,000 or so years of humanity leading up to 1967, and it's only 51 years ago that we've ever seen ourselves in the mirror, and how important that really is. And so that's why I'm here tonight, just to celebrate this achievement and to encourage people to go into space, go into this science, go into this technology. We need the youth, and we need people who have good hearts and a strong moral commitment to making this ventures be things that can benefit all of us. And so this is the song Earth from Outer Space. It goes like this.
If I could see Earth from outer space, through all of the stars to the human race, to all of the people and the streets that I once knew. If I could see Earth from outer space, through all of the stars to the human race, no matter where I go, I'd still come back to you, you. No matter where I go, I'd still come back to you. Well, if I could fly, fly, fly so high, higher than the clouds, even higher than the skies, zooming in upon the world rolling by, would I see people in the cities, in the villages and squares, selling in the marketplaces, dancing everywhere? Would I see ladies in the beauty parlor doing hair, or teenage soldiers with their guns up in the air? Would I see a hit list of the species that are gone? Or would I be a witness to the world dropping bombs? Or would I see a rainforest, Amazon gone? Or would the whole world sing one song? If I could see Earth from outer space, through all of the stars to the human race, to all of the people in the streets that I once knew. If I could see Earth from outer space, through all of the stars to the human race, no matter where I go, I still come back to you, you. No matter where I go, I still come back to you. Let me hear you sing along, y'all. Say, na 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 na, na 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 na. Let me hear, na 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 na, na 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 na, na 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 na. I like to see a planet, every boombox booming. I like to see a planet, every flower be blooming. I like to see a planet, solar cars refueling. I like to see a planet, every human staying human. I don't know, but if I know one thing for sure, if I saw this, I'd still come back for more. If I could see Earth from outer space, through all of the stars to the human race, to all of the people and the streets that I once knew. If I could see Earth from outer space, through all of the stars to the human race, no matter where I go, I still come back to you.
No matter where I go, I still come back to you. Put your hands together. 1, 2, 3, and let me hear you say, na 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 na, whoa yo, na 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 na, whoa yo, na 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 na. I still come back to you. I still come back to you. I still come back to you. I'd still come back to you. If I could see Earth from outer space, through all of the stars to the human race, no matter where I'd go, I'd still come back to you. You. Thanks, y'all. Peace.
Woo! Oh, you're so good. I'm out of breath because I was just dancing, because that's what I do at Yuri's Night of Dance. Because we love music and we love partying. We love to dance. We love space and we love to dance. Sorry, that's from the original 2001 Yuri's Night promo video, which you should really go on YouTube and check out on our channel, because this handsome stud 20 years ago, well, still handsome stud, was being interviewed by MTV on the lunar rover at the party with the MTV microphone and made it on. Anyway, adorable. Okay.
All right.
Sorry, you
No,
know,
you go.
I was going to turn over to you because you said you were going to say something.
Okay. So we're closing out the show. It's been an epic thing, and we have a bunch of thank yous to say, which Loretta will do. But I think I just wanted to say thank you to this one over here, Loretta, for being the spiritual center for this great Yuri's Night community, and bringing together such an amazing group of people who are, unified by a desire to make a better spaceship Earth. So thank you for an incredible night and incredible all you do for the community, and for the family.
Woo!
Good job. All right, so over to you. Well done.
And thank you to you for helping me make this happen. It was just an idea in my head. I'm like, we should do something on April 12th, 2001. And you got behind it. And you came up with the name Yuri's Night. And you came up with the idea to make it a distributed grassroots events with electronic music around the planet. And together, like, we're a good team. We've made extraordinary leaps. And I forgot to say this at the beginning of the show. When we first launched Yuri's Night in 2001, the vision was that this could be a holiday that's still relevant to humanity 10,000 years in the future, when we're scattered among 12 different star systems. We could still be unified by looking back and remembering the day the first human left our home world. So that's our mantra. That's what we're about. If you enjoy the show, I hope you'll stay with us. We have an after party going on in our back end. Go to our website, yurisnight.net/livestream. You can get tickets to see Nervo or Mr. C spinning and DJing. We wanted to have actual dancing this year. So it's an on-camera party. You can dance, you can have costumes, you can meet and rub elbows and meet your science and space heroes. It's a lot of fun in our back end. You should check it out. Brought to you by goingtospace.com. Oh yeah, I guess we have a lot of cool sponsors. Oh right, and Paragon, and Roddenberry Foundation, Hendrix Gin, Lunar Gin, Russian Standard Vodka. All of our guests, Richard Garrett, Richard Branson. I mean, it's just been amazing. Everyone we've had here helping out and stepping up is great. iRock Space Radio, you can see them in the back end too. They play all your favorite Yuri's Night tunes like David Bowie. If you're ever having a space party, you can just go there to have an instant DJ. And all of our ambassadors who are in the back end, just in the backstage area, greeting with our guests and having fun, hanging out and being awesome. We love you. All the volunteers who made all this possible. And Kyle, our producer from Subtractive, who is also famous for Test Shot Starfish and the incredible music. Ryan does all our graphics. And the incomparable Jamie Higginbotham from the Tomorrow Show, who's behind the scene making all the magic happen and making everyone look so good. If you thought the show looked good, thank Jamie. So
thanks, Jamie.
I mean, where's it? Oh, like in the cast, like at Broadway musicals when they like point at the musicians or something. We've had a great time. We're so glad you came with us. And if you had a great time, stick around, join us, bid on the silent auction, donate to the scholarship, sign up for our mailing list, come back next year, come back and volunteer and be a part of our family. Join SpaceKind training. We're starting May the 4th. I'd love to have you come train with us and join our community of people who are a crew of Spaceship Earth.
Good night, everybody.
Thank you for joining us. We'll see you at the party. Woo!
60 years ago.
In Russian, я поздравляю вас с 60-летием полета Юрия Гагарина в космос.
We are celebrating 60 years of human space exploration.
Yuri Gagarin made that first journey into space and proved it was possible. Many have followed since then.
We all have within us an inquisitive spirit.
To explore and to discover.
To understand our position in this universe.
Our future. Going to space, going further and further is part of our destiny.
We've explored our land masses, our oceans, our mountaintops, and in the last 60 years, scratched the surface in space.
I always enjoyed looking down to the earth through the small window of my cabin.
This moment of epiphany that is often referred to as the overview effect occurs.
It's beautiful to see our cradle, the Earth, from space.
Realizing that this vulnerable, fragile, solitary planet is humanity's only home makes me more diligent in preserving our existence.
Around the world, as we celebrate the 60th anniversary of human spaceflight, it's important that we open our eyes and our minds and our hearts to continue to discover the universe of possibility and to know that we have the power to create a future for ourselves here on Earth that's as beautiful as it looks from space.
I believe that we have an obligation to share it fairly with everyone, to preserve it to the best of our ability. That's the thing we should remember around the 60th anniversary of Yuri Gagarin's space flight.